Hey, Panther X. Okay, so hey, wow, people are already showing up. Yeah, so I've got a little bit of time, and so I thought I'd experiment a little bit. Okay, so hey, wow, people are already showing up. Hold on, I'm actually talking over myself. Yeah, so I've got a little bit of time. Let's see. And so yeah, like I said, I'm still experimenting a bit, figuring out how to stream properly. I'm actually talking over myself. Yeah, so I've got let's see. Okay, I don't want to hear my own voice. There we go. Okay, so what the plan is today is I'm gonna keep playing a little bit so I can kind of root out some bugs, and then because I was talking to a few people about it last night, I was gonna go ahead and actually yeah, you're hearing it now too. I was gonna go ahead and fix bugs live, and I'd be able to show you some of the code involved with all the various mechanisms and how they all operate. And yes, I'm going to try to restore the Byzantine Empire as well. So, when last we left off, I was uniting southern Greece. I was kind of trying to play it safe, keep my fleet fairly powerful, so that in case the Ottomans got any funny ideas, I'd be able to block them at the Sea of Marmara. And then I kind of was like really exhausted by the time I ended the stream and wasn't really paying attention to anything, so I just loaded 2 years back at the end of the war. It's the same day for you. Yeah, Mertec, it was really fun. It was really fun streaming. It was kind of not only did it serve the purpose of kind of acting as kind of recreational activity and being able to play the game, but it's good to connect to everybody too, and kind of try to advance some of my other goals, like learning how to stream and starting my community and everything. Yeah, Adam, release date about 2 weeks after PDoxCon. And Firat, it would be so cool to have more Kurdistan content, because I have kind of a soft spot for Kurdistan. But you can see, they can form a Kurdistan. Where are the Kurds in here? Where are they? Kurdish, right? So you can form a country, kind of around Mosul, where their major urban center is. But yeah, it would be cool for that. Maybe something to consider in the future. So okay, I'm gonna go ahead and as soon as I encounter a bug, I'm gonna go ahead and go into the code and try to resolve it. Oh, and I just put it on observer mode, didn't I? Well, that was dumb. Let me go back then. Ireland could be a lot of fun too. Make them kind of once colonialism begins, make them the gateway to the old world, so to speak. Okay, so let's try this again. Let's pack up from Achaia. Send the troops home. I'm going to check my force limit for fleet. I'm capped out. I've got the Genoese fleet to protect me if I need them. It's likely that if the Ottoman whale attacks anybody, they're going to go for the Genoese ports and Lesbos. So I feel a little bit safe. And the Bulgars are still not very impressive, so I'm not too concerned. How long is this stream? As long as I can go until the kids wake up, probably. Otherwise, it'll get kind of noisy but we'll see. Okay, what was I doing here? Seeing if I have any special decisions. I really have to focus on some of the unique Byzantine mechanics. So, for instance, this horrible modifier, disorganized military. I need to get that off of me. And to do that, I need either standing army ideas, 25,000 manpower, or Miltech 18. I have to have an army organizer. I have to have lots of stability. That's quite a ways away from me. I mean, even if I max out my manpower, I'm still not at what I need. But if you were here last stream, remember I had to cave into the greater nobles in their demand for autonomy. And so autonomy in virtually every single Greater Noble Estate province shot through the roof, and it hurt my force limit, it hurt my income, and it made the Greater Nobles significantly more powerful. You see now they have more of an army, they have more income. Let's see. I need money. I'm willing to even toss some more privileges onto the burghers if I have to. Oh, actually, yeah. Alistar, yeah, we can try that. If I end up, depending on where I go, if I conquer into Greece, into northern Greece, I'll probably want to make a city to steer trade. And so, for instance, you can see here that the Lower Danube trade node, if I can build a robust city here, I'll be able to steer it into the Aegean trade node, because thanks Elros. So that could be cool. So that could be a good opportunity to try to urbanize. In fact, let's see. Ragusa is part of Venice. That's kind of dumb. They should be part of Danube. So yeah, I'll try to get something in there. But yeah, Constantinople is growing pretty quickly now that they've been at peace, and we don't have to worry about any issues. And because there hasn't been much damage in the region of Thracia, I've basically been able to stabilize food production, which means Constantinople has a consistent food source. It's a fuel its growth. Kiev is an interesting place to play, except that they often get smushed between the White Horde and Lithuania pretty quickly. Okay, so before I continue, I'm gonna remember there are some funky estate bugs going on. 1.21, a lot of wacky things happened. Oh, okay. So you see here, plus 10% local autonomy in every province owned by this estate. All this stuff is right. The burghers gain 20 loyalty, stability points, corruption. But at the bottom, you see there's a broken tooltip. BG authority to govern locally, 2 privilege desk. So we'll want to fix that, right? So let's see. Go ahead and open here. So here's the estate's regular pulse event, which happens every year, which recalculates all of the weights, all of the treasuries, determines a lot of AI decision making. There's some commented out stuff that KJ was working on that'll be reinitialized later. Okay, and you can see it's deciding when to build levies and stuff like that. And maintenance paid and fort maintenance. There's, it's you can see that it's a lot of work has gone into this. So let's see. The interaction in question that we're looking for is significant expansion of local autonomy for states, and that should be. Let's see. It should be in privileges down by burghers in the estate's interactions. So this is a separate file. This pertains to all the interactions that exist. This pertains to the yearly pulse. And you can see here are all the custom pictures that I commissioned for all of the estates. And now I'm going to zip down and find. See, here's rights of commerce, rank 2, authority to govern locally. Here we go. Okay, so the broken localization. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, so you can see your custom tooltip. I don't see any broken syntax, so it must be misnamed somewhere in localizations. I'm going to head over to localizations. I'm going to just search the entire localization file. Yeah, it doesn't exist. So that's our problem. So let me go ahead and I'm going to pull this. This is my Unity stuff. Let me pull this off screen. And like I said, if anyone has any ideas about the best way to stream this kind of thing, I don't want to linger too long on bug fixing because I still want to play the game for people that are watching for that reason. But at the same time, I kind of want to multitask and be able to get this as polished as possible before release without totally burning myself out and having no fun at all. Okay, so you can see here we have all of our localization files. You can see a lot of them are pretty hefty. All of the population stuff here is what we're looking for. M&T can be played in multiplayer, yeah. In Murtec, yeah, I learned about a year and a half, 2 years ago when I started on the project. And my coding skills have come a long way since then compared to what they were before. Okay, so you know what? I know that this localization exists properly. So I'm just going to search for that in the localizations. Wait, that one doesn't exist either? What is going on? Huh. Here, let's check. Okay, I can't revoke. Where is the... Maybe search for this one. I'm trying to remember which file it's in. Okay, I'll just have to look through some of them then. Probably in Estates English. You can see these are all of the localizations for all of the estate interactions and all the tooltips. So what we can do is we can go to the ones that we know exist. First off, you can see these are all the relevant files that I'd been working on previously. So let's try rights of commerce. Here we go. Alright, so now, okay, so the reason we're not seeing it is because it doesn't exist. And so I'll have to write one up later. I'll have to make a note of that. So all we really have to do then in that case is just comment it out so that it's there. So I just put a little hashtag or whatever here, and that comments it out so it's still there. But when I want to get rid of it, or when I want to improve it, then we're good. Okay, so then we head down. We're going to comment this one out too for now. And then when I start up next time and load the game, I will no longer have this broken localization, because what was happening was it was attempting to call C all the way at the bottom, BG authority to govern locally. It was trying to call that and it didn't exist, and it was generating an error. And I probably would have seen it in the error log too, but I hadn't checked, and it can cause crashes and stuff like that. So yeah, Alistar, interesting. France was actually extremely underpowered at this point in history because of the 100 Years' War. And then they had, the second plague wave and all kinds of horrible stuff. But yeah, once they were past that and they were able to begin centralizing, then they were just beastly. And so actually, I would say France is a lot weaker in some regards than previous builds of the mod. Okay, so we fixed that bug. Yay! Divine, you might be right. You should switch to a black theme Notepad++. Way easier on the eyes. Yeah, I'll have to think of that. I'll have to try that. Okay. Okay, so I need a plan now, right? What would be nice is to get enough numbers, enough manpower to be able to revoke that horrible modifier, like double my force limit pretty much. Yeah, Alistar, I'll have to Google Adam real quick. Let me see. Adam. I'll have to leave that open. Text editor we've always wanted. Hackable to the core, but approachable. you may not believe this, but I'm not really that into super duper customizing my interface, my programming interface. I probably should, but it's never been. I'm a guy that doesn't even like comb my hair, so the idea of like, super duper customizing my interface and workspace is, yay. Okay, so Greater Nobles are happy with me, and my chord is reasonably good, so I get a bonus to those stability points and loyalty. So, hey, Dinosaurov. I think that's what you wanted me to call you, right? My PC, Arland, is not very. It's okay. It's good. I did not make my own PC because I just wanted to get a decent PC fast. I used to build my own back in the day, but so it's a kind of middle upper type of range. It's not amazing though by any stretch. So you can see I'm right now it's running a little slow, but I can clear a pretty good time. That's true, Alistar. And to some extent, I've been doing that. But remember, I'm kind of, even though I've written so much for the mod so far, I have no CS education, no formal training or anything like that. So there's huge gaps in my knowledge. Yeah, Bulgaria, unless I crush them first, right? What I really need to do is save up. My corruption, I kind of let it get out of hands. I better crush the Bulgarians just for John then. And I mean the lands they've been prospering. They haven't been in any like ruinous wars. So I mean that land is nice. If I could go in without looting it, look, they even have a pretty robust urban population developing. So if I could steer that to myself, that would be kind of nice. The kebabs. Yeah, the Ottomans, I don't think so. The Ottomans are beastly scary. Look at this. 3 allies and a vassal? No way. No way. That is suicide. I could go for like Theodora and Crimea. The Crimeans are pretty pathetic at the moment. Do they even have just the White Horde? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to wait for them to get in a ruinous war, maybe with one of the Russian principalities, and then I'll make a go at it. And yeah, I'm obviously not playing to my best ability because I'm a bit distracted and kind of bug hunting too. Yeah, Arland mod will be released in 2 weeks, 3 weeks. We were talking about possibly releasing it to the forum first, just as kind of like a sorta beta. Because I mean, regardless of how you look at it, it's going to be a bit buggy on release. It's still going to be fun, I think. Divine, the mod starts in 1356, right after the Black Death. It's really an appropriate time, in my opinion, as far as the delineation is concerned. So I'm just going to clear some time, stop being stupid by paying for army maintenance. Thessalonic is pretty safe. I'm going to start paying attention, and actually. I'm going to leave Gallipoli. Just in case the Ottomans catch me by surprise and come with their allies' fleets and stop me. Yeah, unfortunately, since tribes are disabled, someone's talking about Crimea. Since tribes are disabled right now, the steppe hordes are extremely weak. But when tribes are enabled, they're extremely dangerous and powerful, and they terrorize the crap out of all of Eastern Europe. Right now, they're pretty wussy though. Alistar, what do you mean by that? Come on. It would be kind of foolish for me not to go after Thezalay. Goes back to that whole paying attention thing, right? I mean, I would end up... I guess I'm already technically next to Naples. Yeah, so I might as well go for it. Dinosaur, the reason I took tribes out is just because they weren't polished enough. It would have taken too much time to make them complete, and then I'd be neglecting stuff like bug testing. I was supposed to take the few weeks before PDoxCon to really cram like crazy, but I just got totally worn out, and I'm just taking it slow now. Arlen's eventually. So right now, you'll notice that there's a lot of little things you use Monarch points for. So for instance, when you try to interact with the various types of nobles, it takes Monarch points. You know, they've kind of been spread out. It's a way of representing the administration's ability to do administrative stuff, right? And eventually we'd like to take that out of tech as well, and then just have Monarch points kind of used in all kinds of practical ways. So for instance, you can also use Monarch points to build stuff, not development, but let's say you want to construct, well, we already have a road in that province. Let's say we want to construct a fort in this province here. If we use we don't have the manpower, but if I did have the manpower, we'd be able to contribute manpower to the effort, and then I would use admin points to oversee the use of that manpower to help construct the fort, right? Yeah, thanks, Shimon. I'm glad that everyone's not like pissed off at me for stepping back a little. Sorry, yeah, I agree with you 100%. The whole mana thing just doesn't work for me. So for instance, we want to redo tech eventually where instead of you clicking the tech button and then your Monarch putting on a lab coat, instead what would happen is tech would automatically tick up over time based on your development, your education, and various advisors and factors like that. And then if you wanted to, you could spend a bunch of Monarch point to get a 25% tech boost or something like that. So for instance, all of these variables here, development level, education, they would play a much bigger role. In institutions, they'd all play a big role in tech, and Monarch points would be kind of like a sideshow as far as that's concerned. Okay, so I was going after Thezalay since they're isolated. Their court's probably so bad that they can't... No, wait, I have a truce. I don't want to do that. Okay, so we have a year. I'm going to move back to... Yeah, Hans Peter, they're going to need some balance, I'm sure. The thing is, what I would love to see is significantly reducing just the number of Monarch points in the game, and then making them just less important, and be more oriented toward using them as a way to kind of to hone your administration's focus in a given direction, Well, sort of, that's kind of the way I see it, is that the technology already exists, right? In this era, monarchies weren't financing science, well, not that much. I mean, they had endowments to universities and stuff, but it was nothing like it is today. Science didn't work the way it does today, and so inventions were made in societies that were more advanced or whatever, and then the administration would have to adapt them for practical purposes. And that's kind of how I would see it be, that when you're teching up, you're actually updating your administration's ability to use that tech for practical purposes, right? Allowing them to live in their time. So one of the reasons why Arumba is way ahead in tech too is because, first off, he's directly next to Italy, where all of the institutions are coming. Second, he has a fairly advanced society. And so he kind of has all of the right advantages. Yeah. HRE, not really. That's not really my area. Yeah, so you guys are going to surely ask a lot of questions I can't answer. All of my work has mainly been on coding new systems and inventing new systems and stuff like that. I don't do any of the local flavor stuff. Tribal Estates won't be in on release. Sorry. I don't know when they'll be released. It depends on how I feel about modding and how the if I think it's practical to try to implement mechanics depending on what changes are made to the game. Because this isn't Demian's, Demian the Tyrant's mod, so I don't have complete control or anything. Well, Sora of Granada, obviously. Granada needs at least 15 more provinces. If you could have, like, in the estate interaction, you could go to the Alhambra, and then, you could have a whole mini game there. It's like all the intrigue that happened in the palace, for sure. Okay, ready to die, Fizzle? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to have to call anyone in. Might as well go to blockade. Central and Western Europe is generally a good place to play. Middle East even, too, theoretically, if you really want to challenge. Asia Asia's okay, I guess. And since Tamerlane isn't in, there's kind of a vacuum there. Seeing as how Persia is actually pretty powerful as far as its development. Of course, Tamerlane burned it to the ground, so without Tamerlane there, that'd screw everything up. Then Central Asia is much beefier. Flanders is pretty fun to play. It's fairly developed, and Scotland or England if you want kind of a more isolated game. Aragon's a good bet. Kingdom of Naples is a good bet. Anywhere in the Balkans if you really want a challenge. Play India. India, man, is a little microcosm. Okay, what am I doing here? Heavily restrict loot. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. And should I hire advisors? I haven't even really thought about it that much. How's my tech? Like I said, I'd normally be focusing a lot more, normally. Wait, what? Why? What? Why is... Oh, they hire them as... Lame. Slow it down here. Yeah, so my objective, obviously, restore the glory of the Roman Empire or whatever. But, consolidate in the Balkans, unify Greece, and eventually, obviously, take out the Turks and move into Anatolia. The game I plan on making, I'm not certain yet. It depends on where the energy is. And this sounds cynical, I guess, but whatever is most monetizable. Because the only practical way I can get, a lot of time is to be able to take time away from my current living, my job, right? And so wherever the energy is, I'll probably follow. Sure, Mon, as your admin tech goes up, it becomes easier. And you also, if you build more roads and stuff. But no, you'll never dominate the world because that never happened in history. That type of domination. There's a reason why China didn't just come pouring into Indochina and pouring into Japan and pouring into Korea. Is you get to a certain size and there's practical limitations on how easy it is to maintain an empire of that magnitude. Whatever I'm going to do, whatever game I'm going to do, it's going to be something no one's done before. I don't necessarily mean like you can see, you'd see some elements you see in other strategy games, but I really want to integrate principles of ecology and true principles of economics and trade, because that's what happens to fascinate me, you know. And whenever you're doing a project like this, the thing that's going to motivate you the most to finish it is always going to be something that really, really interests you, because you got to be able to get out of bed every day and be like, man, I want to sit down at the keyboard again and get moving on this thing. Okay. All right, so I grabbed Thessalay, finished them off. So the question is, do I want to take out Arbanon too? I don't necessarily see why not. Let's see what my CE isn't too terrible up here. And this is all favorable terrain for runners. Is there a port, though, is the question. So if we had a port, it would go from Attica up to here. Murtec, I was going to start out with Unity just as a learning tool and possibly use it to make my game. So we'll see. You know, one of the reasons I'm doing the streams now is, like last night I wasn't even intending to stream. I was just playing around because I was going to start a stream about developing, you know, and developing games. And so I wanted to build a community of people like you that could help in the process too, and I could hopefully help you as well. Wife and kids are great. My wife's really happy because we're finally moving into a new place. I'll have an office. That's actually something I was going to make as part of the development blog for my the game I was planning on, is to actually discuss discuss organizing your life in such a way that it's favorable for developing things. So I can go after Arbanon. I should build another ship because I can. Let's see. And question is, I'm so low on troops. I'm going to call in my allies and try to let them do some work. Obviously, I want to pick a practical war goal. Yeah, I'm in Florida. Yeah, my major. So originally, I was going to go into journalism. Because I loved writing. As you can probably tell by the way I like to document things in the developers threads. I love doing that kind of thing, which is why I want to do my development diary too for the noob game developer. But then I went to biology and ecology. I really fell in love with ecological models and living systems, and what's really interesting is that the genetic code is so very similar to computer code. It's just an algorithm, right? And it procedurally generates organisms, and so there's a lot you can learn and be informed by from biology in this process. And so that's kind of why I was able to kind of jump straight into the kinds of things I've been making, because there's such a similarity there. I really should have thought this out better. Okay, so I don't want to loot too heavily here, because as always I already have a claim, so I want to keep everything intact. Is there a port in here that anyone see? No. I can build this port out in duress, and then it can be a means for my runners to come in and improve communication efficiency. Yeah, Brandon, I'm learning everything from scratch. I did a little bit of statistical work in grad school, and I had a little experience with R. It's funny. I took a course in college, as a grad student, and I had no idea how much fun it would be, and everyone else in the class hated it. It's a bunch of biology people who got into biology because they didn't want to have to do math, and it was such a fun class. It was it was a ecological modeling class, so I was building models kind of like these, but they were really primitive compared to what I was doing now. But it introduced me to coding, and I'm really, really glad I took the class. Or I might not be here today. Yes, R, exactly. It's pretty easy. It's like Python. Roads do improve CE. So do docs. Yeah, Brandon, I agree. Something to use as like a learning process. That's the idea, because like it would be kind of naive for me to expect like, oh, I'm just gonna go ahead and make a game without really being part of the learning process. And so Unity is a good way to learn by doing, even though I'd prefer to use C++. Let's see, Cryo, what question are you saying that you're ragging on exactly? Just how restrictive are the historical population limits? Could we develop a place like Serbia? You could, yeah. You can, I mean, Serbia is never going to be the Nile Delta or the Yangtze Delta, but it can get pretty beefy. It can get pretty big if there's enough peace. So right now, Serbia, I believe, Serbia and the Balkans in general have been savaged pretty badly right around game start. So their numbers are pretty low. You know what? You guys can see the code yourself. Let's go take a look. So let me show you where we determine population values at game start. So what we do is at game start we have only a few variables to draw on, and then we procedurally generate all the others based on standards. So let's find the innate fertility. Okay, see, so we're setting innate fertility multipliers for different regions, and the higher the multiplier is, the more the region was trashed at game start by either plague or warfare. CC province was particularly badly hit by the plague, so their innate fertility is significantly higher, which means, from game start, their pop will shoot up pretty quickly. And some areas are over. Let's see. So let's go ahead and find like one of the Balkan areas. This is kind of an area we were debating about what to do with them. I'm not sure if anyone changed their fertility. I should make things easier on me here. You wanted Serbia, so let's look up Serbia. West Serbia. Yeah, so they're, compared to China or some of the other places which are kind of around closer to carrying capacity, West and East Serbia have a little extra ways to grow. So they have a cushion there. Siberia. I thought someone said Serbia. Now I'm scrolling up. Yeah, that's funny. But why would you want to develop Siberia? Well, let's look. To tell you the truth, I think Siberia is a little. I'm not sure how tuned it is at the moment. Yeah, there's not. I don't recall how we set innate fertility for Siberia, but theoretically, so for instance, let's look at the Crimea, right? Let's look at Crimea and like around Ukraine, modern day Ukraine. Their innate fertility is actually way above their actual pop at start, and so they could, for instance, grow very, very, very quickly if they're not constantly being wrecked. The time it takes you to really get C# is much less time than you take. Yeah, I agree, Brandon. My understanding was it's higher level programming language. So yeah, I don't. As far as Siberia is concerned, I do not have a satisfactory answer, so I don't want to just talk out my ass about it or anything. I haven't reviewed the history specifically for Siberia as far as its ability to carry its carrying capacity during this era. So, alright, so let me make sure I properly tag switch again. Alright, and get back to my war here. Well, Mr. Boxer, we'll see what I can do in the future. Oh, the innate fertility mode? I guess so. Let's see. It may be a little off. Oops. Okay, Skittles. Right, so green is obviously better. Blue is really good. Purple is like super duper good. As you get toward red, it's worse. This is all like basically the carrying capacity of different areas. You can see France there's a reason why France is so beefy historically. Is not only was it big, but it had in Europe probably some of the highest carrying capacity in this era. What starting country does she like the most? Good question. She would not be a Granada fangirl. Probably like Ireland or Scotland. Yeah, Kami, they can, yeah, if the land is supposed to be yours, so to speak, then you can flip it with war dynamism. Of course, you get to places like the Nile Delta, and it's like crazy carrying capacity. Interesting. Let's go into observe. You can see Mesopotamia is pretty good too, even though their actual population is absolutely horrible. Interesting point here. So again, Eastern Europe population not so good, not so great, but carrying capacity is great. So they have a population explosion as they did historically. And then, yeah, currently it looks like we need work in Siberia for all you Siberian people. Of course, you get to India along the Ganges, and it's just absurd. I mean, there's a reason why India and China are crazy populated today, because they were crazy populated then. But of course, they have the double-edged sword of severe floods. The same flood the same flood zones which are giving them alluvial soil every season is also killing people when the banks break. And I know I betrayed the Theodosian walls. I really should rebuild them. I'm sure there's a decision. Okay, I'm gonna get back to the game. For those people, it is all stuff too that you'll be able to see once you have the game soon. I know some of you just don't want to wait. What am I doing? Oh yes, I am conquerizing. So I normally wouldn't want to expand too quickly, because it is important to kind of have a stable, safe economic base to work from and project power from. Right now, I just want to get big enough to feel safe, and then we can go from there. Looks like they're taking the back door over here. Yeah, I would love to get big enough to savage northern Italy. All that yummy loots. Like I said, I'm gonna be playing pretty bad since I'm distracted. Oh, this was easy. Yes, so there are famines too. China especially has terrible famines. And these are all considered, in an ecological sense, these would all be considered, right, ecological disturbance events, right, which shake things up. Well, that was easy. Aggressive expansion isn't even that bad. Overextension isn't even that bad. There's not a lot of pop here from my understanding. Oh, Oh, good. We have another bug. Okay, so let's figure out why there's a bug here. So what's happening is I collected so little loot that the tooltip seems to be defaulting to the wrong tooltip. So let's try and figure out why. The Grand Siberian Republic shall rule the world. Yeah, dude, when eventually what I want to have, which I doubt I'll ever get around to, unfortunately, at this point, is, we'll see, is to have government form shift based on your estates, right? So if you had freeholders and burghers, you would end up flipping to like a republic, like Novgorod. Because Novgorod has really powerful burghers because they have a fairly big city, which is dominating their politics. Same thing with Venice and Genoa, in Florence. They're all republics because they have lots and lots of burghers. It's funny because I didn't even plan it that way. That's just the historical data was there that Cardinal and Alderon pulled together, and then it just so happened that after I had programmed everything and procedurally generated everything, they just all happened to have really strong burghers because they were following history. It's really kind of interesting to see that borne out. At least then, right now, there aren't that many consequences, unfortunately, because A, I've hacked out a number of things with estates because they're unfinished, and B, because there's a lot of work to be done still. Right now, the main effect is that it's really hard to stand up to them when they demand privileges, because they will hurt you really badly. They put all kinds of really ugly malice on you if you stand up to them. Unfortunately, we don't have any other mechanics to revoke privileges right now other than peacefully. The idea was eventually when they dip down in loyalty, you then end up in a vendetta with your estate, and then you go through these rapid-fire events where you're revoking privileges and they're kicking you in the balls, and it's a moment where you're really vulnerable, and they can attempt to drag in other estates. That's the kind of crisis system I sort of had started on, but wasn't able to get around to finishing. So let's deal with this bug. Yeah, I'll show you the religious map mode later. And I'm sure everyone will nitpick it. Like, oh, the pronunciation on such and such is wrong. Okay, so what am I looking for? So loot. Okay, so pop loot file. There's so much stuff. It's so easy to get lost. Right, so we're gonna head down to the pop files again. And this is all the stuff that governs looting. Right? And so I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, yes, event for distributing loot when peace comes. Fire from an on action. So whenever peace is made, there's an on action that can immediately fire this event. And see, it's doing all the calculations here, determining all the possible outcomes that you might choose, including, so you look here and it looks pretty simple. Oh, unrest and money added to courts, whatever. But the actual calculations involved for generating all that data and generating the effects is really big, as you can see. So now I gotta find the options where the malfunction is happening. So this is the court loot pool custom tooltip. That's working properly. 2.588 will be added to your court. What isn't working is +3 unrest. So I think that's another tooltip, which is embedding information here. It's got to be this one here. So, or is it Angry Soldiers 40? Let's look through our localizations. So here's an interesting thing. So in order to display the information, I have tooltips which are drawing on the variables we calculate, but then we have scripted effects which actually make the effect happen. And oftentimes that's hidden because it just shows up really ugly and weird. Okay, so we're going to look. And so for instance, you can see, all right, so here's the +3, right? It's being encased with red text, unrest in all cores for, and now it's drawing on the variable that I calculate to determine how many years it's supposed to hit you. It's not supposed to hit you for 6 years, for sure. If that's what's actually happening, which I tested earlier and it isn't, that would be really bad. So it just has to be rendering it. So this variable is what's causing problems, these two variables. So we have to head back to loot. Where did we pull up loot? Here, no, I just closed it. Okay. Looting. Try again. Actually, no. We can just put in... Years of anger. That should be it. Am I not calculating that variable? So, loot anger base. I may just be citing the wrong variable, possibly. Years of anger. Let's see. Did I remove it at some point? Let's see. Here's calculating all the possible loot outcomes, so it can then be embedded into the options over here. So if it's citing a variable here that it says does not exist, why is it showing anything at all? So let's see. Anger 40. Maybe it's calculated. So see, this right here is like a function. It's a scripted effect. It takes a whole bunch of other code and then compresses it into one line so that you can call on it in multiple places. So let's see if we can find that. It is possible that maybe the variable is being calculated in there. Joule, that's difficult. That would be difficult. I mean, you can triple your population maybe in those circumstances. Years of anger. Okay, so I am calculating it from within the scripted effect. Scripted effects are buggy as all hell, just in my experience. So I wonder if it's defaulting to... Yeah, you know what I think is happening? I think it's defaulting to 0 for some reason. It should be defaulting to 0 and then recalculating. But it may just be defaulting to the last war I had where this was calculated. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Brandon, that's exactly why I'm going to need people like you. Honestly, because I do want to be more efficient, but I don't know that many coders in real life. I've just learned it on the fly. This is kind of how I learn. So I bet you if I just set the variable to 0, oops, every time this fired, I bet you anything that would solve our problem. Yeah, because remember that the variable was never being set in the actual loot file, which means it was only being set in the scripted effect. And if the threshold never reaches 1, then it never gets reset, and it just goes with the previous value. So I think that's the problem. So, and then we also have to do that too with, there's another scripted effect. So we're going to save this. And we're going to move this over here. So we're almost done with the bug. We'll get back to gameplay and answering questions. So let's go back here. So we want 20 soldiers expressed because I think that bug was present as well. Yeah. So, oops. Yep, we had the same issue. So usually what I always do is I set these variables to 0. I set whenever they're being recalculated, I usually set the variable to 0 just for hygiene purposes specifically, so this kind of bug doesn't happen. So this should fix the problem. Let's make sure our brackets are closed so that the code block doesn't explode on us. Okay. So this should do it. Yeah, game is significantly faster, by the way. When I made the development overhaul for the previous build of Mew and Taxes, I did not think at all about performance issues. Oh, was I not paying attention? Oh, that's right, because once I made them homeless, they became rebels. Yeah, but now things are working much better. And the reason why it works much better, by the way, is that, first of all, I'm relying much more on the mathematical variable-based calculation system. So, when we go to pop estates, rather than using, there's a lot of ifs in some places, but you can see there's much more calculations done, and then the variables are stored, and it's only done once a year, which means that the lag generated from what appears to be a lot of calculations, it's only being done once a year. And so, for instance, with Paradox, they do it every day or every couple of frames or something. And so this helps to keep performance issues significantly down. Yeah, I hardly ever... See, I was playing on 5, for instance, and it screwed me because I wasn't paying attention. So I shouldn't even really be playing it at top speed. It's too fast, in my opinion. Oh, this is part of KJ's reprogramming some of the AI. He's making a great predator system that assists the AIs in making smarter decisions that when they decide to go on a rampage. Okay, so let's see what our force limit looks like. Okay, we can build more ships. That's good. We definitely want to do that. I'd like to conduct some naval invasions at some point, so I will go for transports. Senpei, there currently aren't civil wars with estates, but I would like to definitely absolutely add them eventually. Just depends on how much work I can eventually do. And I feel like if my blog were to work out, or not my blog, but my project were to work out, my game project, I might spend some more time modding if I can skimp on the work that I currently do. I could do more of this type of development pursuit full time. Then yeah, I could see myself probably modding a little more too. It's really a matter of staying in the frame of mind, Like, you have to have a certain degree of focus for a certain degree of time. And so building these type of complex mechanics is difficult if you're only putting 15 hours a week into it. And so what I would do is, if I were developing both for my Unity stuff as well as for MNT 2.0, I would do it in chunks, right? So I'd spend 2 weeks building a mechanic. Like, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to finish up tribes. I'm going to spend 40 hours a week on that. Thing is, I can't collect money for MNT 2.0 because obviously it's a big team. And even though I get to do all of the sexy stuff that people like, I wouldn't be able to do it without other people doing a lot of the work that they do on the mod. I mean, the reason why I can't answer so many questions is because it's not necessarily part of the mod that I'm working on. I can't tell you what the Hungarian flavor events are like. I can't tell you things like that because that's just not my area. Oh, sprints? What's a sprint? This is good. No, this is a good question. This is good. I need to know this. Oh, sprints as in, right, like a development sprint, right? Oh, for my future project, Kamenos. Yeah, I might. Maybe I'll start a Patreon. I don't know. I think Ottomans are having issues. They ended up in a nasty war. What's going on over here? Ottomans are kind of acting kind of wussy-ish. I don't know why. That is true, Elisthian. What is they're losing this war? So the question is, do I take advantage of this? They have numerous allies. Are there allies involved in this war? No. So I bet if I attacked, so I bet the Ottomans declare a war of aggression that was ill-conceived, or they couldn't get their army over there fast enough. Maybe. Yeah. Well, let's keep an eye on that. And let's also send out my diplomats. So if they break their personal union, I could be in good shape with... Oh, I could actually maybe have an alliance with Austria. Let me look around, make sure I have cores here. So I could go against Macedonia, who is allied with Serbia, and... Well, darn it. No, I couldn't. Without killing my own ally. Is it time to go for Bulgaria, maybe? Fezdelek? I'd go with Granada, obviously. Okay, I'll do that. I'll go on a development sprint. The thing is, I still need to make time for family and everything, and not be a bad dad and a bad husband. And so the thing is, I really have to try and pry myself away from my current job in order to make much progress, on the development end. Let's see. So if I go with church influence, by the way, it'll suck away my taxes, but what it'll also do is the church will fund my education more. And my education is pretty bad. I should actually start paying attention to that now. So I'm going to allow church influence to go up. And then I'm going to increase my endowment or my spending. Okay. Yeah, you're probably right, Alistair. In Eliastan, you're absolutely right. Granada is the Florida of Spain. But Granada, I'm fascinated. I got into Granada as soon as I started EU3, and I saw Granada tucked down there, defying, all of Catholic Europe. I thought, wow, that little sliver of land's got some balls. And then I read up on it, and highly developed and prosperous, and it's very interesting. So I'm keeping an eye here. What's going on there? Jallarad's just scary powerful or something? Oh boy, they're assaulting. Oh boy. No, what's happening is the Jallarids and everybody else in Armenia is going after the Ottos. Okay, so religious state of the world. We'll look real quick. We'll try and cut down too many of these. You see, there's a little bit of paganism in Europe still. And looks like the Jews are now in control of Granada. Right, Sunni, and obviously you have the Shias in Persia who will eventually become the Safavids. In India, you still have a significant number of Hindus. Around Multan, you have Sunnis still. China, you have Confucians. And attack the kebabs. I do not have the manpower to attack the kebabs. I should really be declaring no wars at this point. I definitely shouldn't have maintenance through the roof like this. This is kind of dumb. Focus, Demian, focus. There were a lot of Jews in Granada, actually. So if they take a because so at GameStart, the reason why Granada, the province, flipped to Jewish is because there are as many Jews living there as Sunnis at GameStart, which is historical. Which is actually absolutely historical. And that's why during the infamous Edict of Expulsions with Ferdinand and Isabel, the Jews ended up fleeing to the Ottoman Empire. The Ottomans sent ships and said, hey, rich bankers and such, we'll take you. Make us rich. And so they did. It was a good idea. That's true. MDH gameplays. There's, if we were to take a look through Spain, Castile, you can see there's Jewish minorities all over the place, all through Andalusia. There's plenty of Jews. I should have more Jewish minority. You could, Mr. Boxer, if you wanted to. It's not that hard. It actually would be better because Granada gets most of their money from commerce and from production, and Jews, I believe, have an advantage there. Yep, trade efficiency. Why would they have interest per annum? I don't understand. And more merchants. So Jews are pretty powerful religion, in my opinion, when it comes to commerce. Interestingly, there are Jews all through the commercial world. So you have Jews in Genoa, you have Jews in Venice, you have Jews in Seville. And they're very urban in Europe, whereas Jews in the Middle East tend to be more rural. Yeah, Cryo Shakespeare. I was a dungeon master for a really long time. I loved it. Can't wait to teach my girls. Oh man, if you had seen my campaigns in Dungeons and Dragons, it was like, the thing is, there was never any dungeons or dragons in my campaigns. It was all like Game of Thrones type of dynasty building and stuff like that. Not a lot of fighting, a lot of character development and intrigue and things like that. I'm a part Jew, so I think I can make off-color jokes. I'm allowed. Yeah, so sort of, that's what I thought would happen over here. But yeah, the Ottomans, I guess what happened to them? I mean, they get most of their money from this ring of cities around the Sea of Marmara. So they're not getting hurt too bad by this. But I'm curious what's happening there. Oh, really, Cryo? That's awesome. If you guys love oh, Jesus Christ. That's not a very Jewish thing of me to say. So nepotism. So this is state corruption. Unfortunately, it's not finished, which means I can't revoke it. Unfortunately, it just happens to be that one of the most caustic penalties you can get, fired. So there's no way I'm going to be able to kill the Turks. My manpower is terrible. Okay, so what should I do? Should I murder my stability in the near future? Or should I permanently take corruption for basically the rest of the game? Horse Minister. Alright, we'll be corrupt. A little bit of nepotism never hurt anybody. Except the people that were, you know, shut out of public office. Let's see if there's any other low-hanging fruits to seize. Is it... Yeah, that's not going to happen for a very long time. And this isn't going to happen for a very long time. And neither is this. The series will back them. You know what? It would almost be worth it to fight this war when I get a chance. I mean, I'd lose my alliance with Ceres, and no one else wants to seem to ally with me except... Well, I got Genoa, but I could clean out this entire section and practically have... They are. Yes, they are. They're not very impressive, but my manpower is terrible. Oh, if I could get an army reformer, I could get rid of that horrible modifier on me. So here's the thing. Let's see. So what can I get from them? General of Merit. I could get some manpower to get me back up someplace comfortable. Let's do it. What do you guys think? Should I go for it? I am pretty corrupt. This is like mid-level corruption, by the way. Thing is, I want to be safe before I start revoking privileges. Because I don't want to end up with like -2 stability and revolts and stuff. So I'm willing to hand out the privileges in order to consolidate and become safe, right? My courts, oh god, everyone wants my money. My courts, I'm about to, damn it. I'm going to make a 1-time endowment. I'm going to make a 2-time endowment just to make sure it stays safe. Yeah, the Mamluks, they are a little over-corrupted right now. Oh, Cairo usually gets killed. Yeah, so I'm a little... By the way, this is metagaming too, but the plague is due to come. And the first plague wave is the absolute worst. And it loves to hit nice urban populations like Constantinople that are trade centers. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait. I'm not going to do anything... Not going to do anything hasty. Yeah, if you're imaginative and creative, you know, as a DM, you can come up with significantly more compelling, story-driven scenarios. See, when I DM'd, I made it a sandbox situation, so there was no set story, you know. I just basically had the events of the game. I created the world, and then had the events of the game sort of happen logically based on kind of like my own random seeds. And then the players would go out and their objective was to make their house more powerful and gain wealth and marry the right people and have kids so that they'd continue the dynasty, stuff like that. And so it was freeform, you know, but things happened logically and a story unfolded in a logical way, even though nothing was planned. Plague of Justinian was a long time ago, yeah. There's some random element to plague. Let's see if we can find some famine. By the way, this is a bit cluttered. Okay, so interestingly, you can see over in Portugal, their lesser nobles are actually building some buildings because the lesser nobles, Portugal has been at peace, so the lesser nobles have banked up money and now they're investing in their country. You can see that in Spain too. England, we have lesser nobles investing as well. Greater nobles also investing. Let's see. You'll understand. It'll be second nature what all these symbols are eventually. Ottomans tend to get pretty damn big. France tends to get pretty damn big. Historical. Huh. No famines, really? I want to see a famine just because I want to make sure nothing's broke. All this trauma and no famines? Okay, so here's another bug fix type of thing we can do. So this is what we're going to do. First, we're going to tag switch back so we don't forget. And then I'm going to save. They have plans for building Sora based on the conditions on the ground. based on their own interests. So burghers don't build rural buildings because that would make nobles stronger. And nobles don't generally make as many urban buildings because that would make burghers stronger. And they want to, have a power base which is, commensurate with their, All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to load a save game. Oops, here. Ta-da. Empire of the Romans. And then I'm going to go to a province which is historically tends to be pretty trashed due to floods. So we're going to go into debug mode. And what debug mode allows you to do is it allows you to see the underlying IDs of provinces and events and countries. So you can see right here in Bengal, let's find some place with a lot of trauma, right? So we can see in Khulna we have a good bit of trauma. When there's trauma, famine usually follows. Why is there no famine? Well, let's go into the save file and find out. So the province ID is 5349. Yep, warehouses are a gateway to urban population. Okay, so let's... And I just forgot what the province ID was. It is 5349. Okay. So now you'll get to see... Here are all the flags that are set in the province, and then here are all the variables in the province which determine all the pop stuff, right? All of the loot information, or all the wealth information. Z variables are some of the diagnostic variables that we set as developers. Urban information, some of the trade information. So there should be a diagnostic variable for famine. This is what calculates all the famine. Interesting with famine, there's a ripple effect, and all provinces influence all other provinces around them. So they tend to, if a province is in good shape, it tends to prop up provinces which are hurt, famine-wise, and prevent a famine. But if all the provinces are hurting, they all drag each other down. But anyway, I digress. Famine chance, famine destructiveness. I'm looking for... I forgot what I named it because I haven't looked in a while. Famine chance. Don't worry about any of that. Num of famines, was it? Oops. Duh. No question mark. Number of famines. Okay, so famines are still happening. Okay. So famines appear to be working. They just... oh wow, it's actually pretty early in history. So yeah, that makes sense. There's only really enough time for one famine in Bengal, so it probably already happens. And now it builds up resistance for a while, which then decays, and then famine can strike later. Okay, so we're good with famines. Okay. Yeah, so Komi, after all the province disappears, populations rebound quickly because there's a lot of there's much more verdant land available that people can start families on. And I was as a biologist, a lot of my focus was on like reproductive endocrinology, and there is so much more to fertility than just having enough food to survive. Like, in order to produce a lot of offspring in every animal on Earth, you need good nutrition. You need good nutrition, not just enough nutrition, right? And so when you have a lot of nice land that you can grow a lot of nice stuff on, that you can have a surplus to buy some cows with, which give you protein and give you calcium, then you're going to have way more kids that are going to survive than someone living in a swamp who has almost nothing, right? But if you kill the people who are living along that nice alluvial river, you end up with more people concentrating on the good lands, and so therefore they reproduce faster and have healthier children who survive. MDH games, pretty much, you can. Yeah, sort of it does. It's really hard to convert. What did you think I said when I said calcium? What's my relationship with Granada? I just think it's cool. Oh, and you know what I just did? I did it again, dude. This is why I saved. Yeah, I love dude, man, you could make such an awesome game with biological principles. I mean, make a living world, make like it'd be so great to have like a fantasy game where you actually have monsters reproducing, and the reason they attack cities is because, there's a drought, which means there's no food for them, and you can do so many cool things. I'd love to make that kind of game. Ovid, either because they were afraid of the Hungarians attacking them and their allies, because they're allying, they're next to their vassals, and Hungary tends to move in here. And also I had allies too, so their armies were being counted as well. Alistair, that's the idea, make a miniverse. I mean, I would love to spend 20 or 30 years just making that kind of thing, Mr. Hancho, I never save scum, unless I made the kind of mistake I made there, obviously. But there's issues with Iron Man because, like, when I'm playing, I like to be able to tag switch around and stuff like that to see if my stuff is working that I made. Okay, I should really focus on alliances here and stop playing bad. Ugh, darn it. Not same religion. I had a bigger army, I'm sure they'd like me. That would be a great alliance to have, since they really wouldn't pull me into any war that they themselves couldn't handle, since they have a personal union with Hungary. Of course, I'm not going to get any Muslims to like me. That's kind of pointless. Okay, so the question is, do we have any isolated enemies? So I got some manpower. And you know what? While my nobles are strong, I could call them in. I'm not using any visual mods right now, no. I'm not close enough, I think, to get the alliance with Austria. It'd be easier just to expand a little bit. I do have that alliance with Genoa. So if I turn on Ceres, I don't even have to fight Serbia. Do I have a royal marriage still? Yuck. Question, guys. If I go to war with Macedonia, actually, I do not want Serbia in this war. That would be bad. I'm just going to build up my manpower. If I can get rid of that modifier, I'll be in good shape. I'm just going to let time fly. No wars to worry about. Yeah, there's tons of Greeks in Anatolia. So, see? Greek, all along the coast. That's where they were always historically, too. Cryo? No. So, they're actually not technically worse, but they have 10-year intervals. So, or not 10-year, but 10 tech intervals. So, level 0 tech, level 10, level 20, level 30. I did that mainly because the levy system takes like 300,000 lines of code. That's how hard it was to hack this game. A lot of it repetitive. And to have the intervals be 0, 5, 10, 15, it would have been like 600,000 lines of code. And it's just pretty unwieldy to deal with. Peter, the only thing that would prevent me from making my own game at this point is time, you know. It'd be great if I could quit my job and do this full time, this type of thing. But, you know, it's hard to have a family and spend time with the kids and the wife and have a job and be trying to develop, you know. But, you know, my family's super supportive. My wife is she's the one that's really pushed me to actually do this. I was like ready to not go to PDoxCon. She's like, no, you should. She, you know, she appreciates games too. That's kind of how we got together in high school. We were both playing Magic the Gathering and everything. And We've been playing Twilight Imperium and Path of Exile and World of Warcraft all through our years together. Yeah, we need to work on the wiki. Only so much you can do at once. Like, do I want to make a video? Do I want to fix some bugs? Do I want to do a stream? Like right now, this is nice because, I can kind of fix bugs. I can kind of play the game, which is kind of important. Because when you're in a crunch like me and you're trying to do lots of development and all the other things in life, you can't develop and play games at the same time, which kind of sucks. What's our force limit now? Okay, so our force limit went up. For some reason, naval force limit went down. Let's see how population growth in Constantinople is. So it's gone up, right? So it's getting bigger. There's now 120,000 people here. It was only 80,000 at game start. I have a few foreign students coming to the university. It's a local center of art. Thessalonica was growing a bit too. Athens has not yet recovered from the war. Yeah, so no way I'm going to be affording anything anytime soon. What other murderous, disorganized military? What else? It's bad morale. Manpower recovery, ship cost, regiment cost. Jesus. Yeah, we need to deal with that. This is going to be commented out, but this is my budgeting system that I made. So, for instance, you'll see when I go to my courts, right? I'm paying 12 yearly. Well, that's technically taken out here, right here. I'll hide those, but right now, since it's in development, I want to make sure it's working properly. And eventually, you'll have a military estate too, where you can raise funding, and it'll come out from here too. So you'll be able to spend money on on making your cavalry better or improving morale by improving the pay of your soldiers or whatever. Who knows if that'll ever happen? We'll see. MDH Games, it wasn't actually a big city at this point. It was a shadow. This is like the smallest it had been at Game Start. Right. So at Game Start, it was only 70, 80,000 people because obviously the Romans had collapsed. But by the time the Ottomans took it, it became like the largest city in Europe for some time, obviously. Cairo at Game Start was way, 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 way bigger, you could see. Right. And then it normally in-game and historically it declined, and a lot of the power and influence shifted to Constantinople again. London was basically a shithole. There was nothing there. You think like, oh, London, financial capital of the world. But at Game Start, it was pretty awful. And Paris was the cultural center of Europe, kind of. There's almost no other cities in Paris. It sucked up, or no other cities in France. Paris sucked up all the oxygen, so to speak. And in game terms, they sucked up most of the food, right? And then in Italy, you had big cities, medium big cities all over the place. You see, there's just tons of big cities. And you have these mid-level cities too. There's tons of urbanization. Yeah, you can see. And then Sicily, surprisingly urbanized. Palermo was a pretty big city. And anyway. Yeah, we need to change that part of the equation, Elistan, because warehouses used to be good for rural stuff, but we're kind of transferring them more to pure urban. So there were religious mass migrations that D. Harper put into the game, pogroms and stuff like that, and then the people would flee, and then the pops would show up somewhere else. It was buggy and lagged the game horribly, and Harper's kind of gone now, so we're attempting to disable those types of migrations. Spain is interesting. Let me turn on the map mode for you guys. I should really be playing more instead of doing this. Okay, so farming efficiency is a very good analog for development. And Spain is actually pretty developed. So you go through France, for instance. Northern France isn't too shabby. Languedoc is okay. Italy is hopping. Right, remember, more farming efficiency means more urban population supported. Eastern Europe, there's a reason why Eastern Europe was behind in many regards. Anatolia is not too bad. That's true, Alistar. Yeah, Russia's pretty bad. Scandinavia is pretty bad. England's pretty bad. England's not too bad, but Scotland, Ireland, quite bad. So Andalusia is one of the best places in the game, next to Italy. And remember, this is right after the glory days of the Umayyad Caliphate. When they were basically the most advanced center of learning in Europe, and they're still kind of riding off the coattails of those glory days. And then Catalonia, of course, is still one of the most developed places in Spain to this day, and you can see that in Aragon you have pretty good farming efficiency. So. Ghost Tech, yeah. So the mod tends to fall apart when you get to around 1700, but you still have, around 400 years of playtime, 350. Because we haven't been able to do much work later. Sort of, it's supposed to. Scandinavia is kind of wacky at the moment. Yeah, Peter. Right now, there isn't really, but there is a lot of plans to do so. So, eventually, we're going to have edicts, for instance, and you can click the edict to encourage farming efficiency or to improve urbanization, and you'll pay more state maintenance, and then that state maintenance will be invested into the farming efficiency or improving urbanization by improving gravity. And then the other plan, eventually, hopefully, possibly, maybe, is to spend manpower and money and admin points and other types of points to then build canals wherever there are rivers, to build dams. So, for instance, interesting little corner of history. Down in Yemen, you actually had a lot of people living down there, believe it or not. It's actually the most populated place on the Arabian Peninsula. And that was because they had some nice rivers and some significant historical dams, which made for a pretty big carrying capacity. So I'd love to represent that at some point, and to allow the player to be able to build canals and dams and stuff like that with the province interaction button. This would be considered something you would do when you are in your golden age. It's not something you would just do willy-nilly. Ghost Tech. So Ghost Tech, the mod, the system was built to simultaneously be balanced and historically accurate. Like that was kind of the point. So, for instance, when the whole M&T team said, "Hey, why don't we turn development into population?" I thought this is going to be a disaster because China has 10 times more population density than like everyone else. How are you going to balance that? So we made the system specifically to be balanced for those cases, so that it wouldn't make as big a difference. So we didn't just say, "Oh, cool, let's just stick population all over the place in cities and stuff and just watch the world explode." No, not at all. It's actually, I'm kind of shocked how well it balances out, to be honest. So I'm really proud of it. Friends, yeah, absolutely. If you're playing a game, is Theodora available for conquest? Freeholders won't really be a thing. I haven't decided whether I'm disabling or not yet, but if I leave them, there's no way to really promote or demote them. It's kind of a loose end. Well, I don't feel like fighting the White Horde. I don't know what their condition is really. And not really much up there worth taking, so. Petreo colonization is very unfinished, I'm afraid. Yeah, we can look at the New World, but like I said, it's pretty unfinished. Take the unrest. So we'll take a look. Let's take a gander. Pretty populated, believe it or not. Here we have the future Incas, right? Then we have the Aztec, right? And Tis a Flesh Wound was working on, the New World diseases or the disease outbreaks in the New World, which will decimate the population. It's kind of in a sort of kind of maybe complete state. That's New World, right? And I explained the colonial mechanics last night, so you can go to that. The mechanics we'd like to have, but we don't really have complete now. So. Whoops, tag Byzantium. Am I still in debug mode? No, I'm not. Okay. Culture map mode. I mean, most of the culture stuff should be the same as where we left off with the previous builds. So, even Northern French, Southern French, Catalonian, Iberian. Yeah, Ferrat, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be playable. It's the true two big loose ends. I'm being honest with you, is colonialism, and the fact that after 1700 we haven't really balanced very well. But what is really cool is that people are saying, beta testers are saying, other developers are saying that the game has, I hardly ever played the 1700 because I'd conquered the world by that point, and I'm like, okay, I've maxed out every building in every province, so what's the point? But now there is way more longevity for the game. So you will play the 1700 in a lot of cases, I think, and then be like, the fact that you are able to play it long enough and get enough fun out of it to then be sad that it's not balanced is actually kind of a good thing in some ways. No. Break alliance. Might as well just... Let me work on Venice here. Okay. What was I doing here? Yeah, Greek and Turkish are combined. I did not make that decision. Don't blame me. The entire accepted culture system and everything, I just wish culture was so different. It's very unmoddable too, which kind of sucks. Culture in general, but the Greco-Turco thing, I didn't make that choice. It's not me. I should make states, shouldn't I? Really? I guess there are these states for the most part. Cultures are actually, I would say, in many ways, have much more granularity than, vanilla EU4. I mean, to the extent that it's almost unbalanced, because some culture groups, if you start in them, you're kind of screwed, right? Okay, you're in Basque country, and you're Basque, and you have 4 provinces which are Basque, and then everyone else is unaccepted. What's going on here? We have a war. Oh yeah, I guess Naples is making a go for. Wouldn't it be so much fun for the Romans to have some Italian land? Oh, what's not a controversial statement? Yeah, if I could mod cultures, you would obviously have a culture pie chart, and then, yeah, there's a lot you could do. But I almost don't want to think about it because, there's so many other things on my plate that are moddable that I would like to mod but can't really find the time to mod. But maybe will. I don't know. Oh wow, my manpower shot up all those cores that I got. What did I settle on as far as? I think I was waiting. I was waiting for the royal ties to expire. So in theory, it's too bad I can't get there. If I went after Serbia, they have disloyal vassals, so if I do go for Macedonia, it may not be a big deal. Personal union with Serbia. Because they might not want to even... The bigger vassals may not even want to fight. Check my force limit. I can probably bump some money too off my estates. Let me offer some favors. Really shouldn't be adding more corruption, but I would like money, please. Honor noble house. Ouch. Okay, I need to fix this. This is way too cheap. Okay, so let's save. Let me show you how I will fix this. Yeah, so I don't have any say over where cultures go. That's not my area. So I probably won't linger too much longer on stuff like that. Okay, what am I doing? So I'm looking for the province interaction that is going to allow me to adjust those values. Province interactions for greater nobles are 0, 0, or not province interactions, the just regular interactions. I think demand, no, favors, so that's 3. Oops. Jelly fingers. Okay. So here I'm, this is what sucks. So in order to get this menu with these values, I have to do, because of the way Paradox script works, I have to do all of the conceivable choices you might make ahead of time instead of in the options. Otherwise, I can't localize the results in the options. And you wouldn't be able to see any of these values. So this is, when I was mentioning the frustration of dealing with Paradox script, you have to do so much more work, right, than you would normally have to. So I'm calculating every conceivable cost under every conceivable circumstance. I actually don't need this anymore. I'm not scaling it with a scripted effect. So let me get rid of these. These could be causing some infrequent crashes. Okay. So the thing in question, presenting magnificent gift. It's way too cheap. Although Diplo cost is a bit high, but I want to raise the cost a bit. So we see here I'm calculating ducat cost A for the first conceivable cost. There's ducat variables I initialize ducat cost A, B, C, and D if there are lots of options which involve ducat costs. But since there's only one, right, there's only one here. So here I'm setting it to 0 for good hygiene. And then you can see here that the ducat cost is based on the entire weight of the greater nobles in the entire country, not the percentage. So basically, every province with a greater noble, all of their weight is calculated. Their weight is a composite of like their wealth, their number of people, their infrastructure that they control, and then that composite is summed, and this is all of that calculation is done here. I'm just taking the result here and setting it to the ducat cost. So I can raise the cost by almost double. And then I do this because I have no way to round to an integer. And if I didn't round to an integer, I would end up with a ducat cost of 36.2921. Right. And so by dividing by 1,000 and then multiplying by 1,000, it zeroes it out to an integer, rounds it to an integer effectively. Because Paradox variables can only go to, this many decimal points. And that calculates stability gain 2 based on greater notable weight share. So then this ends up getting used in the options, right? This right here, magnificent gift variable gain. This is a tooltip which doesn't do anything other than just display the variables here. And then the actual heavy lifter is scaled diplomatic cost country and scaled ducat cost country. All right. I've already pretty much fixed the thing I wanted to fix, but just to show you how Paradox script works, in order to get these scaling ducat costs, right, there is no effect for this, right? Instead, what we have is, let's see.
Hi, Daddy.
Oh, hi, Ellie.
Hi.
Hi, I'm showing people. Do you want to say hi to the people on the internet? Want to say hi to the people on the internet?
Hi.
Okay.
Want to say hi?
You want to say hi? Okay. Oh, now she's... You going... Okay, yeah, you can go... Okay. She's going to play with the fish tank. Okay, so where were we? She's up, so I'll probably go deal with her in about half hour or so. But, so you can see now we have scaled ducat cost. This is how we actually... or ducat gain, right? So here's the scripted effect here. So we have to run both scripted effects because we just run cost, right? Because you're giving up ducats. And you can see in order to actually generate the effect, you have to take the variable and then continually divide it by 2 and then add the difference, right? Until it gives you all the necessary amounts, right? So that's how we actually... Anytime you see the estate will gain this many ducats, you're being given the ducats or having the ducats removed based on based on that scripted effect. But then you're also seeing these localizations through hacked tooltips, and so you can see why this takes so much work. And the hacked tooltips end up embedding the localization, the variables here, and then giving them colors and then making them look nice so that it appears as though it's something that Paradox would be doing, when in fact we don't actually have the ability with modding tools to do what you see here. So this is all just localization work that looks like it's actually doing something, and then there's other stuff under the hood that's doing all the heavy lifting. I'm supposed to use shift for just what? Too pure for the internet. Damien, do you expect 2.0 will bring in an influx of new modders? Maybe. It's not just people coming willing to work. I'd say 4/5 of the people who volunteer think that they want to volunteer, and then they do, and then they waste your time. Not to sound mean or anything, but you sort of try and teach them to get things right. Because honestly, if someone's starting with modding and they're not super serious, and you're trying to get them to work with this crap, and this crap, and it's ludicrous number of lines of code, it's going to take forever to teach them, and then they lose enthusiasm, and then they go away, and then you've wasted a bunch of time. We've had some really good people we've brought in from the forum. So Desimon, for instance, was the first guy that kind of joined my shadow team from the forums. Great programmer. He did some really good stuff with Loot. He's worked a little on Plague. But he had life and school, and so he didn't have that much time. Flopsy came on. Flopsy's pretty awesome. He's kind of like my technical support guy. I'm like, how does computer science work? And he's like, this is how it works. And then we had KJ come on, Wogaduku, or whatever his forum name is, and he's been helping with AI and stuff like that. He's really great. But, you know, for every one of them, there's 5 or 6 people you have to wade through. And
Daddy.
so it's...
Daddy. I got a
You got a sticker?
sticker. I got a sticker.
Hey, good. You got a sticker.
I got a...
Show everyone. Oh, you want my pop filter? Yeah.
We'll talk to people.
You want to talk to people? Okay. There's all the people over there. See? See there? See the people? And that guy there said, "Hi, Ellie." See, look. Let me show you. See? Yeah. See? Yeah, you're talking to that. Can you talk? What do you want to say?
What to talk?
What do you want to say to all the people?
I say to all the people.
Yeah. See, this is how you talk to all the people. You talk to all the people? What do you want to say?
They.
Mm-hmm. You getting nervous all of a sudden? See, there's the people. See, that guy said something kind of dirty. Yeah. Yeah. Fortunately for you, you can't really read properly.
Hi.
There. Yeah, they all say hi too. Yeah, this is Ellie. She's the reason I got into this to begin with, pretty much. Because I wanted to learn at least a little bit of coding, so that I could teach my girls one day. Because I was hoping they'd be smarter than me. And then I'm like, oh, this is kind of fun.
They hit us.
Yeah, those are letters there.
I got the sticker.
Yeah, and you guys, she's trying to show this. She doesn't realize that you guys can't see her, but she's holding up her sticker because she's potty training right now, and she gets a sticker when she. Oh no, that's how you introduce bugs, honey. Yeah, don't touch the keyboard. Okay.
What's that?
Yep. This is my keyboard. This is where I do the work. Mhm. Yeah. And so working just isn't about playing the bubble pop game. It's also.
We'll do the bubble.
Oh no, I mentioned the bubble pop game. Okay, so this is going to be a family
will
stream
do
for a
the-
second. Here, we'll do the bubble pop game. Okay. 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 All right. Here, take the mouse. Okay.
Right? S, M, and L.
Oh no, that's my Unity tutorial. Okay, there you go. Okay. Woo. Okay, go pop the bubble.
We're all bananas.
We're bananas. That's right.
We're all pickles.
Oh no, we're pickles. Okay, we're pickles. Okay, I promise we'll get back to the stream momentarily. I just have to not be a bad dad. Ooh. Oh no, you missed them. Oh, okay. Somehow.
And you say another game.
You want to try another game? Well, here.
Go outside, Ellie?
You want to go outside, honey?
Okay.
Okay.
Cherries earlier. You want to go pick the cherries?
Yeah. Okay, can you say bye-bye to everybody, Ellie?
Bye bye, everybody.
Okay.
Oh, that's cookie.
We'll say hi to everybody.
Yeah.
later.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, okay. No more pickle game. Okay. I'm back, I think, unless I accidentally crashed my encoder. Okay, how do I find my way back here? Okay, alright. Alright, we're good. She's 3 years old. She has an adjusted age, and she has like a developmental age, and she has a real age. She was a micro preemie actually, so she was 1 pound when she was born, and that was kind of a life-changing event there because my wife and I really wanted kids, and didn't know if she was going to live or not, so it was pretty rough. I actually wrote a book about it too, but may not be something most of the internet would be interested in, just, hormonal women. No, just kidding. Okay, so alright, so let's see here. Anon I have not, and that's why I'm trying. That's a lot of unpredictable event, right? Yeah, totally. But man, going through what I went with Ellie, because she was in the hospital like 100 days, And they were like saying, oh, 25% chance of living, she'll almost certainly be disabled, and all this stuff. I was lazy for most of my 20s. I was like a real loser. Just sat around, played video games all the time. But when my daughter was born, she was so sick. I all of a sudden felt like I was a biologist. I had understood medicine, so I just totally poured myself into her care, and I read all the medical literature, and it helped a lot, because they were going to fry her brain with steroids and stuff like that, and she came out perfect. So she's great now. She beat all the odds, and her brain is perfectly intact. So totally happy. But what it did is it shook me from my kind of malaise of for a long time I felt like, oh, I'm wasting my abilities, I'll never amount to anything, and I couldn't find the motivation to really do the things I wanted to do. And after that, I kind of got the bug of diligence and working hard. So, yeah, thanks. Okay, so we fixed the localization issue. Not the localization issue. We fixed the cost issue. So next time we start up the game, the costs will be higher because it's just way too easy to dump a little money onto your nobles and get good relations. I need to do this for my lesser nobles too, though. So let me do that real quick. Fix that problem. Where the heck did I put it? Interactions. I'll do that real fast. Where is it? Here we go. Lesser nobles. There's a gazillion events in this file, but I have a really good memory for keeping track of where everything's at. Boom, got it. So I need cost, corruption cost, loyalty added. Crap. Oh no, is this what I think? No, this is privileges. I was wrong. It's actually in 103. Here we go. Privilege demand or prestige demand, corruption gain, cost. I was 2.5. So I put a comma and not a period. That would totally ruin this entire file. Okay. Anyone remember if I changed anything else? Kami, is there a better way to see effects on your country instead of hovering over them in the government tab? No. I've kind of made a lot of stuff look easy to do when it's actually incredibly difficult to do. We're as awesome as a lot of Paradox's tools are, we're still extremely limited, especially as it pertains to embedding values in the interface, especially variables or modifiers and stuff like that. And so it's very difficult. You can do all kinds of crazy calculations and do all kinds of effects. Representing it to the player is very difficult. So for instance, look at these little wealth thingies. This is what was confusing Arumba. He's I looted the province and there's still 75 ducats. Well, these are actually ranks. They're not, this does not actually track the exact number of ducats in the province. So for instance, let's go to province details. If we go to economic data, we can see the actual wealth in the province, which does not represent what you see here, right? Because basically what we had to do is make 15 modifiers, and then check them every year and then revise the actual modifier that was here. Same with farming efficiency. Same with urban infrastructure. So they're ranks. And basically with Paradox, you cannot take scripted variables and embed them into modifiers. So, unfortunately. Okay, where are we at here? Yeah, and I think they don't. Paradox, I don't. It's kind of I hate to blame them. It's you made this great tool and it's not absolutely perfect. How dare you? Well, they made the tool, and so that's great. It's just for some reason their engine isn't set up in such a way that they can easily have variables embedded here as localizations for whatever reason, and it takes a lot of work. And EU4 is not. It's kind of ending. It's ending up toward the end of its development cycle, right? So you know, how much work can you really put into it? But they still put so much into it. Like, for instance, when I unleashed the forum army onto their suggestions page for EU4 modding, I told everyone to go like my statement about adding an add tech effect. They responded and they said, here it is. Here, we'll make one for you, because it wasn't too hard, you know. So they're very responsive to, you know, to what we ask, even though mods aren't really that big of a deal. Anyway, I could get some coffee real quick. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Hello. Hey. Good. I couldn't hand in the thing to the homeowners association. I don't think we opened from Tuesday, like before, but then they switched to 8 to 12 and then back to Tuesday tomorrow. So, or I don't know. Yeah, so. Just need to hand that in. I have some forms we need to fill out. Anyway, I'm having bad reception, so I'll talk to you about it. Oh, coffee. Glorious. Okay. Put on the bubble game, you won't notice the difference. Yeah. Let me try and catch up on all the... catch up what everyone said. I can't help that my feet smell bad. Nervy. I mean, I'm on my feet when I'm working all day. They get wet, you know. I'm dealing with salt water, and then you got like, you know, you got coral juice, you know, going down into your shoes, and you can't take your shoes off because you gotta keep working, and then they're getting stung, and so they smell. I can't help that, man. It really hurts to hear you say that. You guys are funny. Okay. All right. Is coffee a programmer's diet? Apparently, you know, I've got like the hipster glasses now, so that I can really play the role. I'm a poser. Is that even a word now, or is that a word that posers use? I don't know. Has Bosnia been canceled yet? Don't know what you mean. They're still alive. What was I gonna do in game too? I want to keep playing. Okay, so I fixed a bug. That's good, right? That's good. So, you know what? I got an idea. Let's make sure, right? So what had I done? I had tried to offer a favor, and it came up with the wrong value. I wanted a stricter value or a harder value, so I'm gonna save. And this is what kind of sucks, is you have to reload the game every time you want to test out something that you changed. It wouldn't be such a big deal if it didn't take so freaking long to load EU4. And I mean, I have a solid state drive, so it loads pretty quick. But Stefano, what do you mean by manpower influenced by manipulation? Quiet Dapper, it's quite a bit better than previous versions. I'll show you in a second when I start up the game. Oh yeah, the loading. Yeah. Cryo Shakespeare. It's spread based on where the power and influence and pop is. So it's not like, you know, a one pop, you know, Calpasture somewhere gets just as much as Constantinople. Right, and of course, the more you decide not to take as the state when you take loot, the more it goes to the soldiers. And that spurs economic growth and among other things. I didn't give Granada special ideas. They're special enough as is. Well, they did, actually. You want to see their ideas? I mean, they're old ideas. Ages have been disabled. Tag specific things to build in or not? I don't know. Let me. Oh wait, I was gonna test something. That's what I was gonna do. Okay, so I'm going to. You got a flower? What color is that flower?
Pink.
It is pink. How does it smell?
I put it in my ear.
Yeah, I'll put it in your ear. It looks very pretty. Here, I'll put it right there. There. Now it's on. Oh, you got mulberries all over your face. Okay.
Here, Ellie, let me wash it off.
Okay, so now you can see. You can see. Right now it's spending 58 instead of 36. So I adjusted the values. Everything looks solid. So I think we're good.
Let me wash it off.
And now I don't want to present a magnificent gift because it's too expensive. Even though the greater nobles will end up picking up that money themselves. Can you tell that what your thing with Granada is? Ages will go back in, but right now, you know, Mandate just came out and all these new mechanics just get dumped on us, and it's not practical, I think, to try to just shoehorn them in. It's true, they have plenty of loyalty. I don't really have to worry about it. What I did want to do, though, is in my next war, try and bring in as much as I can. I'm just waiting for my royal marriage to end. You know, stability is so much harder to get now that you just do not use it frivolously. In fact, since I just am not having much... Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take another policy to help with stability. Speaking of stability... I might want to check that. So, we're getting there. Development, still decent. Impressive court. Oh, average education. My economy sucks. It doesn't suck, it's good, but I don't want my people to be dumb. Problem is now what happened was I conquered a lot of territory without universities, and so now a higher percentage of my population is now not educated at a university, so it's harder to raise my education. That's unfortunate. Will Howie, all we did was our devastation mechanic we made like 10 months ago, and it's better than the Paradox one, so all we did was we stuck there devastation as we just made it mirror what we call province trauma. Here, let me find it. So for instance, I think we had some trauma over here. See? Now it just tracks our own value. And province trauma generates famines. It does all kinds of bad stuff. It hinders the recovery of population growth. Anyway. Sort of. That's true already. Well, actually, no. It continental. Your colonial stuff doesn't count. But yeah, maybe I should just make it cores. I'll have to check the code. KJ's been fiddling around with it, so I'm not sure what the current state is. If you want an important center of culture, you build better universities. You build art corporation, art cooperatives and stuff like that, which attracts artists. So this will generate culture for you. And then also that'll multiply into your upper classes, and then better courts give you better culture as well. Michael, not really. I mean, there's already so much that it's practically on the verge of bloating. Ew. 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 Oh yeah. So I can't give any privileges while a loyalty-related event fires. So I can't just... So this won't bump them down to disloyal, but I'm going to need to give them something to keep them happy. And this will take up their income too, because in order for them to dump this malice on me, they're spending money to basically, express their displeasure and make life difficult for me. So 2 years worth of income, that won't be too bad. They hardly have any privileges. Embargoes, who cares about embargo? Yeah, okay, I'll go with this. So more corruption, worse embargoes, but I really don't feel like... Well, or do I? Yeah, I'll just let them have the privilege. But I like it. I like having to think when an event fires and not just be like, oh, okay, click, 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 click. Because that's what so many vanilla events and even a lot of M&T events are all about. It's just like click, 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 click. Like, you're familiar with the event and you always know what the outcome is going to be, so I just click it off, But that's not the case, because what I've created is a system by which penalties, costs and penalties. So first off, the type of privilege is randomized here, right, that you end up having to deal with. And then the malices are randomized too, based on the power of the estate. And so this could be way worse on any given time, or it could be way better. And so you have to actually stop in these types of events and figure it out. And with the new estate system that I hope to get around to eventually, it's going to be a very structured event system that don't just require mean time to happen. And every time an event fires, I want to have these types of outcomes where you have to really think about what you're doing. And instead of just your nobles or burghers coming to screw you or being angry at you, they'll have things they want to achieve, on the map. So maybe the burghers want to buy that province in Egypt so that they can steer trade, but they need you to do X, Y, and Z to help them. That's the kind of events I'd like to eventually work on, but would be a considerable amount of work. Anyway, go ahead, burghers, take the privilege. We can remove privileges, sure. Revoke privileges peacefully. See? In fact, it might not be a bad time. Because my greater nobles have way too many privileges. As you can see. If you look at our corruption, you can see most of the... Holy shit. Almost all of our corruption is coming from greater nobles. Okay, yeah. So let's do something about that. I think I caved into them on a number of occasions when they came to... Yeah, curtail nobles criminal court. That's bad for stability. Cease issuing extra high court tier titles. Wait, something is buggy here. Someone messed with something here. What is this stability increase interval? Oh, do I have manpower malice? Oh, that could. No, but see, all the tooltips are screwy. What the heck? When did this happen? So much shit hit the fan when 1.21 came out. There's so much confusion. Okay, let's get to the bottom of this. So, I have no idea where this came from. Maybe someone else on the team did something. I have no idea. Okay, revoke privileges greater nobles. Let's go into debug mode. just to make sure we're looking at the right stuff. That's right. You can use the console for you who are unfamiliar to make all kinds of stuff happen in the game. Okay, so yeah, I'm in the right place. Oh, it is the new localization for stability mod? But it doesn't make sense that... Oh, no, it... Oh... Wait, did we change that localization? I guess so. Someone else in the team did. You know, I took like the week off last week because I was all stressed out, so the team's been doing stuff. I see. Yeah, but hold on. Have I just been totally missing something? Stability increase interval. Okay, I'm a dumbass. Never mind. Okay, nothing's wrong. Thank you, Alistar. You do. You follow it better than the guy that makes it, apparently. Okay. Okay, so we're good. So, yeah, Elistan, I think you're right. Hold on, but are we missing a the partial relaxation of levy obligations? That should be giving us a localization, though. Let's go check it out. So, partial relaxation of levy obligations. First off, let's make sure it's taking effect, right? So we have greater nobles here. Check our manpower. Partial relaxation of levy obligations. There it is. It's just not showing up in the tooltip for some reason. I'm sure Arumba saw it and threw a fit. And I guess it's not his fault. Okay, so let's find it. Here's all of the privilege options. Fortunately, I've been able to keep them in nice scripted effects and tooltips. But this takes so freaking much time to do. Because all of these privileges scale. So for instance, let me just show you real quick what I'm talking about. So I'm adding ceremonial generalship. You would think like, oh, it adds a modifier. That should be like real simple, right? No, it is not simple at all. And this just goes back to the frustrations of dealing with, the language that we have. So for instance, oops, no, this is wrong. What am I looking for? Right. So what I actually have to do is make different modifiers for every different type of power level of the estate, conceivably. And then, right. And so when I'm actually taking one simple action to add one privilege in one place or revoke one privilege in one place, I have to basically use this entire chunk of code, right? And it's the only way to scale everything properly, because you don't want your 3 influence lesser nobles to be giving you the same kind of malice that your 50 influence greater nobles would be giving you. It doesn't make any sense. That's the kind of stuff that vanilla EU4 does quite often. Drives me crazy. What was I doing? Aside from ranting? Okay, so goodbye. We had a missing localization, right? So where did that localization go? Let's see. I should talk to you guys. Let's see. Yeah, you're right, Jonathan. It is insane. You see, I think that my best quality as a modder has nothing to do with anything other than the fact that I can deal with extreme tedium hour after hour after hour. So I can just, do this type of repetitive stuff really easy. Okay, so let me find... This is loot. Why am I on loot? Estate interactions. There we go. Ceremonial general ships. So when I revoke it... Let me see here. Oh, no, not ceremonial levies. Here we go. It should... I need a tooltip. Revoke privilege warning. Normally there would be a tooltip there that would be like, oh, this is being removed. Let's see, yield tax. And this doesn't have it either. Somewhere along, I used to have them, I'm positive. So we have it here. Right, so Costa, localizations. So when I do this, and you see all this cool text here, these are the localizations for the event. And the localization, the text in the event, is not found in the file with all of the code which makes the event happen, right? Instead, you have a separate file which then grabs onto this little identifier here, and then those localizations are found in like this file. See, so BG right of commerce privilege, right? The localization is here. The code to give you that privilege is here, right? Make sense? Anon, do you have some sort of IDE to read, parse, edit these text files? I don't. I just have Notepad++. Because I'm a noob. I've told you guys. I guess you don't believe me, but I am a noob. So I have, I'm like a savant kind of in my understanding. I've written so much from scratch and just learned on the fly, but there's just these huge holes in my knowledge. That's why I'm trying to get into an official programming language. And, the logic kind of can go with you. Anyway. Okay. So now I'm going back to the game. I'll deal with those localizations later. It's not a bug, it's just something that's missing. So, no big deal. Alistair, you're right. A lot of bad habits. You're absolutely right. Because as I was learning C#, there's little things like the way you set variables and stuff like that. It's totally different. And worst habit to break is your if statements. You use just different syntax entirely. All right, let's play. Let's make some money here. Let's get some manpower. Oh, I still want to revoke that privilege. So revoke partial relaxation of levy obligations, because I would love to have more manpower. So now I spent some monarch points. I took a stability malice hit, but now I have to wait for the reaction and hope they don't hate me. They're really powerful, remember? But they grudgingly react to reforms, which means that it isn't going to be too bad, hopefully. Just lost one. Not bad. So here's the thing. Stability is so valuable now, and it's like a reform resource. So whenever you get some, it's tempting to want to spend it to uncorrupt your government. So after I revoke that privilege, my corruption equilibrium permanently goes down. I become better at all these various things here. All right, Anna, that's encouraging to hear. Robert, this mod will be tons of fun, I hope, I think. It's complete enough, honestly, but it is a mod. I mean, the past year and a half, what happened was I was supposed to just redo population. I was supposed to play a pretty small role, but I realized that just doing population wouldn't work. It wouldn't be a balanced world. China would just conquer everything because they had 10 times more pop density, so every time you built a building in the province, it would be 10 times more valuable than one you built in Spain or something. So I'm like, no, we need a much more sophisticated system in order to actually make this system balanced. Yeah, Ottomans are pretty buggy for some reason. I don't know. It's probably because normally what happens is they expand into the very weak Balkans. And so I kind of gave them a black eye, prevented them from getting through, and now they're sort of incestuously allied with most of the other Beyliks. But keep in mind, it's 1385. Ottomans are currently bigger than they were historically at this point. So I've been stopping and talking a lot. Seems like I've been playing a lot longer. And you can see here, performance is pretty good. I'm just always paused talking to you guys or whatever. So Petru, China is kept in check by a number of mechanisms. First, they have to deal with a lot of state corruption issues, which unfortunately will not be there at release. But they have much needier estates because they're bigger. It's harder to control them. And then they also have severe floods and severe famines. So the same geographic reasons which allowed China to be huge as an empire, they're kind of having issues unifying. But you see, in China, there's not very many geographic barriers. You have lots of river basins. This is perfect opportunity for famine to spread like wildfire across the country. But then you go someplace like Spain or France or Italy, famine hits these mountain ranges, and it can't go as far because there's less interdependence between these regions. And so a famine tends to be a much more contained affair in places like Europe than in places like China or India along the Ganges. And so what happens typically is a flood goes through if flood control isn't good enough. And then it causes province trauma. That province trauma, coupled with the inevitable Chinese overpopulation, ends up creating famines. And then famines rip through the countryside, kill lots of people, cause lots of stability issues. So, obviously need some tuning. China still needs a few kicks in the balls, but I'd say the general proof of concept... I did it again. General proof of concept is there. Did it again. Yeah, famine's interesting. The Chinese estates need work because there are special conditions they're supposed to. Let's see. I loaded my game because I was dumb and went into observer mode. It is, yeah. There's a lot of interesting mechanics like that don't care. That really spice up the game. I am shocked that there is no plague yet. Did I miss something? Ottomans usually eat the Hungarians. Yeah, it kind of can Espadkins, but they eventually recover. Usually what happens when tribes exist is that the Mongols invade and then make things worse. Because with the tribal mechanics, they have significant snowball mechanics where they snowball like crazy as more and more hordemen come to join the host. But then once they get really big, then they tend to crash and fall apart. Because then there's like, oh, there's no one left to loot because we looted everything. Oh, 220 people, damn. Yeah, Cryosphere. I wanted to make a pirate estate too. That was another one of the things I wanted to do. Wouldn't be too hard. Raiding mechanics and pirate estates, and then the pirate ports here would end up having pirate estates, and then they would bring back tons and tons of money from raiding and savaging the Mediterranean, but they would cause some stability issues at home. And you could be right, actually. Let me check my manpower. Let me see. So, what I'm worried about, as far as fighting the Bulgarians, though, is that if a plague comes, it's not going to hit Theodora. It's going to hit Constantinople more than likely, and it's going to be worse for me than the Bulgarians. And then my stability tanks. I don't want to be in a war with like -3 stability. Why? Caribbean pirates are near and dear to my heart for reasons that other people can explain. So eventually, hopefully, that would be nice to have Caribbean pirate estates on Tortuga, Port Royal. Military access? Why? Where are you going? Why do I like you? Do I like you? You don't have it. Whatever. Oh, wait. Should I kill you? Yes. Yes, I should kill you. Why am I letting you live? I don't understand this. I want to build a port here so I can bring in... So my runners can jump on a ship and come here and then populate the sea. Because my CE up here is really bad. Oh, I haven't even like looked at my missions. Improve prestige. All these cheesy Roman missions I could use to... Yeah, I'm not, like I said before, not super paying attention. Speaking of Bohemia, what's going on up there? Prague is pretty beefy. Is it just me, or are things kind of atypically peaceful? Did I mess something up? How many active wars? There used to be a paradox vanilla bug that anytime anyone had corruption, they would stop fighting immediately. Let's see, how do you check active wars again? Bohemia does not seem to blob out of control. Let's see. Relations, sorry. No, that's not. Oh well, whatever. Really? Why do I even ask? You can yell at me, make me feel bad. Relations, right? Relations? Hostile relations? Country? Casus Belli, current wars, great power. It's in a tab, in the relations. Okay, yeah, I'm looking. Oh, right. Current wars. Yeah, that's weird. There should be more wars. Let's keep an eye on it. Could be a bug. It hasn't been a bug for a very long time, so... One thing you guys have to keep in mind, by the way, is that I spend most of my time in observer mode examining AI behavior, and less time in ledgers and things like that necessarily. And usually when you're zoomed out pretty often, it's in observer mode, it's really obvious how many wars. Darn. Revolts. Oh boy. Oh boy. So I'm not going after Corfu. I don't want to lose stability. Okay, good. We really need to get to Attica really fast. And I'm gonna need soldiers anyway, so... I was thinking that too, yeah. Yeah, so I can break the alliance, go after them, grab some more lands. That could be why everyone's so passive. Why is... Oh well, we'll see. It may have been that someone was messing with the defines too in this most recent build. I'll have to check the Slack channel to see if any team members turned down AI aggressiveness. Oops. Why not? Oh, I need to get there fast. Get my morale up. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh no, please don't consolidate. Please, oh please. I don't want Attica to get looted. Thank you. Desolate can hold out, I think. Okay.
Daddy.
Okay. All right, safe. So I guess might as well just kill Corfu real fast. Not really, I don't think. Tech-wise.
Daddy, we'll do Play-Doh. We'll do Play-Doh.
Well, I'll do Play-Doh.
Okay. Okay, Daddy.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
Daddy,
Uh-huh.
we'll do Play-Doh with me.
Okay. All right, guys, I'm gonna go do Play-Doh.
Play-Doh, please.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Please.
Here, let's go play Play-Doh. Okay. You'll probably hear us in the background, but I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, what do you want to make?
What is that for, like a tutorial? Do you want to bring it to your little blue table?
Here, what do you want to make? You want to make some snakes? Because that's all I know how to make.
I need food.
Are you going to make food? Okay, as long as you don't make Okay, so
That's you. Daddy want my Play-Doh?
oh, did I not escape?
Come back in a minute, okay?
Yeah, I'll come.
Daddy,
So here's the thing. I do not have an office at home.
Ellie,
So
gotta finish up. Come help me.
one of the reasons why I do work either really, really early in the morning or really, really late at night is that my eldest daughter is really, really attached to me, and as long as I'm in the general vicinity, it's hard to get much work done. But let's see. Go back to Play-Doh. Go play with Play- I. Oh wow, you guys! Oh yeah, it was a pretty glorious hot dog slash snake slash cigar. Don't worry, we'll do lots. I'll be doing lots of fun stuff with Ellie soon. And I've been able to spend a lot of time with her family, so it's worked out pretty good. But basically, it is so important to not have to be able to separate like working and coding, because just the bugs that get introduced when you're not focusing properly is pretty ghastly. And so we're moving into a new place soon, and we're gonna have an official office, and so it'll be much easier to focus. Maybe you might be onto something, Franz. Unfortunately, for just work, I could never take money for just working on the mod. It's not fair to the other people on the mod team. But if I could make it part of a journalistic style project where I'm doing a lot of things and making videos and doing streams, and then I happen to also be working sometimes on the mod, I think that qualifies as fair game, probably. And like I said before, what was it called? It was Alistar. You called it sprinting, I think. Right, exactly. Alistar. I also couldn't directly solicit money, for. But I mean, it's like, for instance, Arumba, spends like all day playing EU4, and he makes money off of it, right? But it's because he's producing content which is not directly related necessarily to the game. So even though he's using the game, he's making videos. The videos are the content. So theoretically, if I wanted to try and monetize somehow, I could make content via the videos and having a forum and having podcasts or stuff like that, creating a community with people like you. That's viable. And then if I want to have a sprint session for a month where I am able to not work at my other job and then focus for a month on making lots of cool mechanics all at once, then that would be good. As long as I was working on other stuff like Unity and but I definitely wouldn't want to just be collecting money specifically because of my work on this mod. That wouldn't really be fair. I'd have to be creating something else and spending a significant amount of time on something else. That's the only fair way I can think of doing it. No, Cautious, I thought I had a permanent claim. So that's what you use spies for. That's what I get for not paying attention. Really? No claims? The Ottomans have a claim, but I don't. Okay. I guess we're going after Ceres then. Great Play-Doh gameplay. Lex Talionis. I mean, that would be great if the creator wanted to join and integrate. You win this time, Corfu. Outsmarted us. Curses, Corfu. We'll be back. Well, I'm pretty close to. I have Maria. How could this possibly even exist? Oh, hey, look, guys. Hey. Hey. I can rebuild the Theodosian walls. But let's see. What really matters here is I need to establish a central military administration. I need lots of manpower. I need enough stability. Army organizer. Do I have an army organizer? Colonel, I have an army organizer. I can make this happen. I need the manpower. Okay, I'm not going to war. I'm waiting for reals. Yeah. This is why I did not want to be allied with Genoa. Come to their aid against Aragon, Navarra, Arbor, Sicily, France, Castile, Papal State. Oh no, Aragon is allied with France, Castile. Actually, you know what, guys? You know what? This could be an opportunity. I mean, wasn't Sicily a very important Byzantine possession? Wasn't it? Time to nope out, but who would I be fighting? Aragon's not going to sail over to me and attack me. And, well, let's see who's in this war, first off. So, this is so confusing. So, Genoa is fighting Aragon, Navarra, Aboria, Sicily. Okay, so this is a very one-sided fight, obviously. Aragon is fighting, oh, like nobody. Here, let me see how everybody else reacts first. Build a church. Okay, so apparently like nobody wanted to join this fight. If they could just skim along that coast right there. I have 4 transports. What, Aragon is going to brutalize me? Fat chance. My navy is terrible, though. Yeah. I mean, Genoa's navy should be significantly more powerful. You're right, Basilius. That's just kind of greed. I'll get you later, Sicily. What was I going to do again? I was going to go after Ceres, I think. No, you're absolutely right. Elistan. I just need to get rid of that stupid modifier and then worry about conquest because it's cutting my entire ability to do anything in half. Roth, it is, and that's totally not my event. A series of conquests. Free cell wins the internet. Something manpower. I was getting enough, stability and manpower in order to reform my military or some nonsense. Anyone want to ally me? Yeah, it's so hard as Romans to get an ally. Well, we know the answer to whether there's any wars, right? Just happen to have a dry spell for some reason. For some reason, the Ottomans are a bit wussy. Let's... I know I shouldn't be cheating. I'm not cheating to cheat. Wow. What the heck? Ottomans are are pretty yuck. I bet their estates are. I want to see if they're malfunctioned for some reason. Doesn't seem to be the case. I haven't. Yeah, so what's going on with them? They're waiting for their manpower to get high enough? Could be. Alright, so I guess we'll give them some time. I'm not trying to cheat. I just want to know if they're broken. Debugging, exactly. One of the things I was going to do immediately before I said, oh my god, I need a break. What? They're going to win that really easily. One of the things I was going to do before I decided I needed a break was I was going to retrain the AI to properly use estate interactions. I didn't get around to it. That's why you saw the 100% loyalty with them. Is there's a little thing where they can kind of get in the loop there and not properly pick the things they're supposed to. So no, it's a bug. It's definitely a bug. Are you serious? Yes. You're so dead, Bulgaria. Why wait? Why wait at all? I'm not even gonna take the chance they can make another alliance. They might not even win this war. Loot policy. So much nice land, so much nice loot too. What do you think, guys? Let them loot? Alright, thanks, Alistair. Please come back. I appreciate the advice. I'm gonna make a community, revolving around modding and stuff like that, and creative projects. So I'd love if you could come. Loot. Let them. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna loot. The only reason I'm gonna do it is so you guys can see a good example of a good loot war. So Bulgars have been prosperous for some time now. So let's see what moderate looting looks like. Might as well get some more support here. It would be really foolish to get war support from. I need to make them like me more. This is not typically recommended. I know. I know. Bye bye, manpower. I wouldn't normally do this. I just want to make sure I can really rapidly solidify my position. If that means giving more privileges to my estates for now, then whatever. Make it a desert, then you'll. I love Europa Universalis nerds. You guys are the best. Okay. Let's figure out what I'm doing here. I got a fleet. What am I doing with my fleets? So I raised a bunch of noble levies, by the way, if you didn't notice. I've taken like no idea groups. Jeez. Royal marriage? Yeah. You bet. Just don't get attacked by Hungary. Yeah, sure. Where is that? Conquer Nafa. Himma. Naf. Oh, what am I doing? Naf. Verpleon. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I will get wrecked. Venice is strong. Kingdom of Naples is even stronger. I can protect against Ottomans, though. As a matter of fact, as soon as those levies hit... Wait, what? Aw, you... Yep, that's what I figured. That mission needs revision, obviously. Actually, should have more levies popping up soon. Yep, more levies popping up. Should have... Did I raise my lesser nobles? Good, got them all. Since most of my population is still focused around Thracia and Constantinople, and I have good autonomy there, my states are still relatively weak compared to the state, right? So that's why I'm not getting too many levies. I really want to deal with that. Okay. So that's enough of that. Let's get back to our Bulgar invasion here. I'll deal with their capital later. One thing that's also slightly unfinished is AIs aren't quite building forts the way they're supposed to. Or to the extent that they're supposed to. So that needs a little bit of fixing. Obviously not going to have another general anyway. That's true, actually. At least the end, that would actually be a great idea to try and up my urban gravity so I can flip. But as you can see, it's pretty expensive. But a corporation build, yeah, that would be amazing. This would up my urban production significantly and give me way more silk and quite a bit of money too. I should really, if I get a lot of loot from this war, maybe that's what I'll save up for. I don't know. My voice is amazing? Or you mean Ellie? She has an amazing voice. Hominopolis. It's mainly Gigao's domain. He does a lot of the map work, and it's mainly geographically based. And he's you know, Gigao, he really loves the history aspect of it. You think I'm bad at the game? I'm actually pretty good at the game when I'm paying attention. You know, Gigao. Yeah, it's fun watching him play. It's in multiplayer, everyone pitches in to try and keep him alive as best as possible. But you know, he's really into the history aspect of it, though. I think that's really his thing with the mod. And so he's been all over the map, you know, doing all the provinces and all the geographic barriers. Where did do I want you rampaging through all my land? No, I don't. Let me catch. If you could do some education spending with it. That's true, I should. Military wisdom from SpongeBob. Yeah, if I could make a center of production, a better center of production at Constantinople, I really should be showing you guys that aspect of the game. Yeah, Gigao, I love Gigao. He's such a cool guy. When I first wanted to start modding, I'm like, so what do I do to join the team? And he's like, oh no, just come on, just join, and then make some cool stuff, and I'll be here for any questions. And it was really cool. He just invited me right on with, you know, no big deal. Fort level. So how do I want to deal with this here? It would be great to get all of Greece under my control and then crank up Constantinople. That's the thing. I mean, you can see money is such a big deal in this game. And so when you get good economic development somewhere, it can be a really strong base to protect your power. If you just... So when I spam across Greece, it's not going to do a heck of a lot for me because the land just isn't that developed. But develop it well and you have a significant advantage. So really, you kind of want to avoid just, raping everything you come by and looting the crap out of everything that you conquer, because then you'll just be this anemic, pathetic, country. You'll pay for it later. Okay, Biden, you better not run away. I wouldn't be convinced, Dobry, that your PC is too slow. My PC, when I was modding, was horrible. I mean, look at the performance right here. Like, I'm going to crank it up to max, and it's covering it pretty fast. It's going pretty fast. I've never played Stellaris because I don't play games anymore, because not that I don't want to, but it just takes time and I want to mod, so. Are you... No, you're... I know you're not going to do that to me. Yeah, I would love to get gaming again. When the girls get older, for sure. We'll have a lot of fun. We've almost got, enough kids to run an entire instance in, like, World of Warcraft. Ellie's going to be the tank. My wife has always been the healer. She was an amazing healer, man. She was best healer on the server. She was first to get the legendary. They called us the Roid couple, because she would just spam heals on me like crazy, and everyone would be like, "Why is Demian's DPS so high?" Be like, "Incantress absorption." You spam shields on me, and yeah, hacks.
Daddy.
Oh, I hear Daddy.
I see you.
You hear me? I'll be back. Hey, I hear you too.
Do you guys ever let her eat in this red chair?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we could.
Because she keeps asking for it, and I'm like, I don't know.
Go to work.
Since mine is not.
You want to work?
Okay.
See, I'm not sure that you think... I don't think work is what you think it is, Ellie. I want to work.
I want to work.
Okay. You think work is sitting at a computer and playing Pickle Bubble Pop. Okay. All right, Ellie, you gonna help me? See, look. See? That's my army. Now I'm gonna crush the Bulgarians. And see, this is their terrain here. It's gonna make it hard to beat them. Right? See? So now, attack. She understands that. Attack. They're fighting. See, they're fighting. It's just like in Kung Fu Panda. Fight. 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 Oh, they're so bad. Oh, see? Boom. That's a stack wipe. See? This is working, guys. Okay, see, now what we're going to do is we're going to pillage everything. See, you can't show any mercy, honey. Why can't I thought I had military access. See, so I'm trying to get military access through here, honey. But for some reason,
It's just like that, this picture.
yeah, it's just like, I'm sure what you said made sense.
You get mommy's
You see?
picture.
Now, see, this country is stealing the loot from Daddy, and Daddy is not happy. So Daddy is going to look over here. Is that Kosovo? Who is that?
You need a picture? Are you?
Yeah, oh, you want to see a picture of me?
Yeah.
Here, let's find a picture. I think there's a picture of me on the internet. Let's see. Okay. Okay, here, let's find a picture of Daddy. Let's see. Okay, see? Who's that? Okay, it's gonna get real again. This was Ellie's blog. See? Here she is. When she was little. Who's that, Ellie? Who's that?
My Maya.
That's not your sister. That's you. See, that's just you when you were little. See, when you were little. Here's
Yeah.
Daddy and Ellie.
See me. Where we going?
Yeah, we were going to Riverwalk. Yeah, that's you kissing Santa Claus. Yeah, there. And there's yeah. Okay. All right. So now we gotta get back to pillaging again. Okay.
I need bubbles.
You need bubbles. Okay. Okay. You want?
And the
Okay. We gotta do bubbles, guys.
And the turtle.
And the turtles. Okay. We're gonna do bubbles and turtles.
And the tail.
Oh no, that closed bubble. I think I bookmarked it.
And the seesaw.
And the seesaw. Okay. Let's look at our bookmarks.
And the water.
Practice your mousing skills. Here we go. I
And the
specifically picked ones that'll help you be a gamer later. Okay. I'm gonna pop bubbles. Woo! Okay, put your hand on the mouse. So you gotta move it. You don't just click like crazy. Okay. Yeah. More bubbles, more bubbles. Woo! Pop, pop. Oh, you're doing good. Oh, you missed it. You failed. Okay. Alright.
Where are the bananas? Oh no, we're pickles.
Oh, we're pickles, yeah. I didn't choose to be a pickle.
You be a pickle and I be a pickle.
Yeah, you be a pickle, I be a pickle. Oh no. You'll never be a pro gamer unless you can get 5 stars. Jump, jump. Oh, come on. Yeah.
You say another game.
You want to try another game? Okay, you're already bored of this one? Well, you know, if you want to get good at the game, you gotta keep practicing at it. Okay, we're gonna win it. With Daddy's help. Boom! Okay, let's find another game. Here we go. Okay, this game is great. It's kind of sadistic, but...
I need
Boom!
the turtles.
Oh, you need the turtles instead? Okay, you need the turtle. We'll do it in order. Here's the turtle. This game's too complicated. I don't really know. Okay, and the turtle slides, and then target. Okay. Oh no. We lose. Okay, I think you click the button and then you raise it. That's cool. Woo! Yay! Yeah, you did it! Yay! Okay,
With another.
I'll try another. Which one do you want?
This one.
Oh, with the monster? Ooh. I don't. Clever. Okay, now we want to open all the eyes. See? Because we want it to be like what's in the mirror. See? Close all of them. See? See, when you click, it opens and closes. Okay, so are we supposed to open or close this one, Allie? What's it supposed to be? Open or close? Can you say?
Big holes.
Closed. That's right. So can you click? Oops, click again. Now click. Yeah, we did it. Okay. This supposed to be open or closed? That's right. Open or closed? Yeah.
Open.
Yeah.
Eyes.
Yeah. Play again. Okay. Promise the stream will get back to EU4 soon.
And
Which one?
And this.
Oh, you want to play which one? This one down here?
This one right here.
We're playing that one. It's just it's a what do
I
you call
need
it? Encoder.
this one.
This one. Okay, we'll play this one.
I'll play this one.
This one here?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
No, that's
This
not the
one.
right one. Oh, you want to play this one again. All right. Ready?
He in the yard.
He's in the water. What?
What's she doing? She fell.
He fell.
She fell in the yard.
Yeah, he fell in the water. Oh, whoops.
She fell.
Oh, almost. Okay, almost.
She in the yard. She in the yard.
Yeah. Good times. Want to do it again? Okay, ready?
She fell.
He fell.
She fell. She fell.
Okay, up.
She fell in the yard.
Some tortillas.
Oh, there's a snack. You want to go get a snack, Ellie? There, you did it. Here, let's go get a snack. We'll play more later, okay?
I need to watch TV.
Look at that. You wanna watch some TV?
Okay, snack time for the kids. So, just keep streaming. Okay. Where were we? These are not Bulgarians. Hold on. These are Bulgarians. Okay. The States are... Yeah, right. I need to take away their dessert. Take away their dessert privileges. I do have a damn good life. Yeah, she is Saurav. She doesn't like being called Indian. But she is technically. Other daughter is napping. Maya is our littlest one. And she's great too. Totally different personalities, man. My eldest, the one you heard, she's like, her name's Eleanor, and she is like Eleanor of Aquitaine. She's like just vivacious and rambunctious, and I call her my little boy. And the other one, Maya, our youngest, is just like totally chill. I destroyed the Bulgarian army, so... screw it. You know what we're doing? We're going to Theodora. We're gonna finish this thing. Back to improving our prestige, huh? Oops. Wow. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So here you can see, I solicited support from the greater nobles and the lesser nobles, and they are giving me ducats, the quantity of which matches how many troops they've committed. And then they cover the land force limit too. Back to bubbles. Back to bubbles. What's KDA? The hand speeder? I'll watch the Play-Doh stream. Anyway, thank you, Estates, for the money and the force limit. So I'm just going to go ahead. Well, I'm going to... Darn it. I'm being blocked again. No! Okay, I'm just going to bite the bullet and take out the remaining fort. As much as I can, because I've got claims, perma claims on all of them. So I'm just gonna boop, 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 boop. And you know I've got Wallachia in front of me, so you know it's not like I'm bumping into a horrible enemy. Oh wait, there is Hungary. That could be kind of scary, but we'll see. Are you? I do not want them attacking Thracia, but I don't have a choice. I'm not walking around half the world. I could hire some mercs if they really start to cause me trouble, but I won't have time to raise them. Darn it. Darn it. But yeah, once I have Bulgaria, I'm pretty powerful. It's flavor stuff. All former Eastern Roman Empire stuff. I get claims on. Oh, ooh. This is gonna suck. There are some in special circumstances. Need some tuning. Okay, question, guys. Do I raise more troops? As I do have the force limit to sustain it. What, and walk around half the world? Actually, I guess that's not too bad. I'm gonna try and wipe their army and then take my time. Good point. Send some spies. Because I have not been paying attention to sending my diplomats places. I'm just gonna take care. I want to save up some money. I don't want to be... I mean, I don't need more troops to beat Bulgaria necessarily. I just don't want them raiding Thracia and hurting all my nice... Stupid freaking one stacks all over the place. Okay. This will make things easier. So, let's just occupy everything else. But just about everything borders Ladoria, so... Is there a fort here? Jeez Louise. Yes, there is. It is. One of my big things was I really wanted army sizes to be more commensurate with the era. I mean, you did not have armies bigger than 25,000 in the Western world, you know, at game start. It's just like practically non-existent. Uh-oh, Corfu, that's right. They could stab me in the back. I really gotta pay attention. Does it matter? Oops. Actually, that's gonna flip back. I'm just gonna leave a troop there so nothing flips away from me. No, don't touch that. That's mine. Oh, dude. That sucks. I'm supposed to annex this, and they're gonna loot the crap out of it, and then I guess I already looted it though, didn't I? No, I yes I did. Okay, so I can't get looted twice. It's good to know. They could be. Local autonomy, garrison outnumbered, war exhaustion, corruption, Roman siege ability. Yeah, I'm kind of a. I'm sure most of you imagine me as a like a fat red haired kid with freckles and a Star Wars T-shirt and Cheeto stains on his fingers. Good call. Let's check my loot pool. My loot pool. Decent. Most of the loot is in the capital. This is taking forever. And there goes my manpower pool. You know what? I bet it's time I could... No, I can't. Ooh. I could get a really good general. General with siege ability would be glorious. We technically disabled it. Mercantilism. We were thinking about repurposing it for something else. State war contributions. Cool. It's true to Liar in a lot of ways. It's definitely a more mature game. Obviously, it's not Twitch gaming type of stuff. Oops. This could be a good way to make Constantinople grow. Definitely need the money. You want to peace out so I can have these provinces, please? Vlasblia, where are you even? Where do you exist? There you are. How do I kill you? Oh. No, well I didn't think I was Jewish, and my wife did IVF. My wife and I did IVF a while back, and we had to do genetic testing. And I ended up with all of these like Middle Eastern, Middle Eastern genetic conditions. That's true. I could kill them after anyway. But then, see, I wouldn't be able to get these Bulgar provinces. Yeah, kind of wacky. Yeah, border gore. Yeah, Roger, it's Okomnenos. Yeah, you're right. I could be Granadan. That is true. My ancestors could have been, Spanish Jews living in Andalusia. Totally probable. But yeah, okay. So Roger, complicated. Work in progress. I wouldn't want to say too much. I'm secretly a pomegranate in real life. Just a big pomegranate sitting in my chair. Playing some games, doing what pomegranates do. I should. Technically. Senpei, what do you mean? Oh, I mean, I'm American. You know, it's hard to. It's yeah, it's confusing. The family tree. Oh, thank you. My mom's side, it's like related to U.S. presidents and stuff like that. And my dad's side's totally slumming it. It's a big mystery there. So who knows? Oh, yeah, that could be a worthy objective. See if I'm Granadan. Good point, just Jason. Sort of, when you have divided attention, it's hard to... I'm still kind of getting used to this whole streaming thing. Pun there, new enemy. Grr. Don't think I can take these because they're occupied. And you can see that Plovdiv is a very significant no, they basically took the two freaking most verdant provinces. So I have a plan. You guys ready for this plan? I'm going to cancel military access and then abruptly declare a war. Surbad, yeah, sure. And we need to localize that. You guys mind if I just localize that now? Yeah, right. Okay, so loot slowdown 1 trig mod. Yuck. Obviously not. So here's how loot slowdown works. First of all, we have view loot pool. Holy crap. Yum. This is my loot pool. So when you loot stuff, right, it goes to your loot pool. And the more loot you have per regiment, the more it slows you down, right? And then it gradually makes its way back to the capital and then relieves your soldiers. We're thinking about a thing where, like, if you stack wipe an army, you take some of the loot, blah blah blah. But I don't know. There could be a lot of gamey situations there, and the AI isn't going to prioritize it the way that you do. Don't localize. What, you just think it's totally awesome looking like this? What the? You said don't localize? You think I should leave it like this? I'm trying to do what Justin told me to, is say people's names. Okay, I'm gonna localize it. General Azza. Jesus Christ, even the loot is a negative in this mod. What do you mean, General? Okay, we're gonna localize. Okay, so let me write that down in a separate window somewhere. Slow down 1 trig mod. Copy it. And then I'm going to open up here. And then it's a triggered effect. Wait, I'm stupid. I don't need to find it. All I need to do is just open up an appropriate localization file and then just write it in, right? Let's do that. So I'm embarrassed to show you like my desktop workspace because it's so disorganized. My code, I try to be very fastidious about my code. Everything else in my life is like a dump. I don't comb my hair. The important things, some things are important. Looking presentable and respectable, no. Okay, localizations. Yeah, I have a system. Province modifiers. I should technically have a trig mod localization. But I'm just gonna, so I'm not spending too much time making you guys wait. I'm just gonna stash it down here and okay, so then you put the localization inside. Let me just, there's 5 levels. This was made a long time ago, so this was Desimon, some of Desimon's work. Okay, so we're going to, that was clumsy. Okay. Let's show all of my bad habits for everyone to see. So I guess, what do we call it? Ideas? Loot burden, that could be good. Loot level, no, loot level wouldn't work. Loot disruption, loot burden, I'm going with so far. Loot slowdown, no. Loot burden, I think loot burden still is the best we've got so far. See, Cerebad, if I don't think you can add descriptions in, but we can try. Loot desertion, loot burden. Loot burden. Loot burden says the most. Yeah, we're going with loot burden. Good call. Hey, this is handy. I like this. I like streaming. LE Rage modifier. Loot newt. Okay, so loot burden. And then we'll put little parentheses maybe. Level. Level 1. Level 1. Does that look good? Loot slowdown. Booty chest. Transferred income. So we're going with loot burden. Is that explains what it is? It's bad, right? And it implies, oh, there's a lot of loot, and so it's a burden. Yeah, so works. Loot grab. Space after the period. You think space after the period? Yeah, I see it. We'll go with it. Let's do an experiment here. Whoops. Slow down 1 trig mod. The loots is slowing us downs. This is obviously just a test. I don't think trig mods can use descriptions. That's a good point, Jonathan. But, I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory that, you know, that loot isn't a burden once it's where it needs to be. Which is why it would be nice to have a description. But I think it speaks. Perhaps instead of level 1, you should have minor. Maybe. What do you guys think? That could be a good point. Cerebad. Try finding while carrying a table, or you know, you took some bricks from an important building. It's like they're like a holy artifact. You know, I took some bricks from this holy church. Did I? Was there a 0 at the ends? Yeah, okay. Alright. Minor, minimal, minor, moderate, major, massive. Yeah, that works. Let's do it. Minimal. Loot burden. Minimal. Yeah, actually, we don't technically. We can just nuke all of this, right? Let's see. Minor, moderate, major. Yeah, by the way, guys, if you guys want early access to the game, just transcribe, all the stuff you're seeing here, and just put like the video in slow motion as I'm scrolling through everything, and then you can just reconstruct the mod on your own, and you're good. Massive, and they're all M's. Cute. And the answer is the loot is slowing us down. So yeah, we can have a description too. Cool. Okay, let's work on the description too. This is good. Yeah, I'm trying to catch up with what everyone's saying. Maybe put it in the front. Minimal loot burden sounds better. Yeah. Fair. So, probably a faster way to do this. Now I'm all self-conscious. Whatever. Not gonna overthink it at the moment. Actually, what would be faster is just to go boop. Boop. Oops. Boop. Delete, delete, delete. And then what we can do is we can have a generalized description for all of them, just to be like, no, loot is not actually bad, but it is when you threw your sword away, so you could have that nice gem encrusted one to take home to keep safely in your tabard, right? So let's see here. Let's see, I'm catching up with everybody here. One description for all saying, yeah, exactly. That's what Mr. Randers, yeah, that's what we'll do. Come Nanos, I agree. I agree heartily. That should, like, hardly anyone's ever gonna get it. So let's try fighting with a table. Okay, and everyone, all the others we can make consistent. Serve, yeah, that's a good bet. Let's go with something like that. So, this is all my writing skills come in handy. Loot our army has acquired is will bring our soldiers riches, but is weighing them down. Until weighing them down, and thus damaging their ability to fight. Burdening, thus damaging, thus hindering their ability to fight. Good enough. I'm sure there's lots of people like, well, try it like this. I'll change this word, change that word. And I will look at it in just a second. Just want to finish my train of thought. I'm sure everyone's got better ideas. Okay. Looking at better ideas. Description. It belongs in, let's see. I never thought we would be helping create a masterpiece. Aw, thanks, man. But you guys, if you're from the forums, you've been helping for a long time, so. I fights. Before you get mad about seeing this modifier, try fight while carrying a table. Okay, Strategos, Redwall, what are you saying there? Oh god, I can't catch up. In a time when you could be lifted out of poverty by looted valuables, the temptation to protect it is very strong. That's interesting. Oh, I know. I mean, looting was such a big, could be so disruptive. acquired. Right. We're not stealing. I would say fighting with the tables. Oh my god, guys. Okay. Let's see. Before you get mad at seeing this modifier, try fighting. Yeah, I'll try fighting while carrying a table. The loot of our army is the loot our army has will bring our soldiers riches, but is weighing them down and thus hindering their ability to fight. Okay. I think we're good. Right? We're good. Before you get mad at seeing, or just maybe before you get mad at this modifier, try fighting while carrying a table. Right. Or no, he like tomorrow's gamer. He's you know, like running from the battle and like slings the table over his back and a bunch of arrows slam into it. You know, it's like, who said that tables weren't advantageous? They better make the immense weight off. Oh, I love the history of Byzantium, man. What a great podcast. It's so it inspires me. Like while I'm working, I'll go ahead and listen to it to get the mental juices flowing. Yeah, I think we all have a nerd consensus here that we're all like playing the same games and listening to the same podcast. Oh, what's going on here? Peace offer, peace offer. No, screw you. Why? Goodbye. I've only got a few more minutes, guys. Let me see if I can round out this war and make Rome great again. We tabling this? Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and try and get to a sufficient stopping point campaign-wise. And you know what? I'll be back tonight. Why not? This is too much fun. You guys are too much fun. I need to go after Vasil Hazelhoff as soon as I finish Weiden. I want you guys to be able to see the glories of the loot before I'm done, because I looted so much. Oh. Yeah, I was pretty bummed for a while. It's burned out with the mod, but this is pretty cool. Being able to collaborate with everyone. Such an interesting thought. I really thought everyone would be so totally bored with, like, you know, taking a peek inside the hood. Okay, so if we go to war with Vasil Hazelhoff, Kosovo is going to come in. Which is good or bad? I don't know. What do you think? Good. You die. Die now. Okay, so now, split. Rothman. Plus 10 Demian Karma. What? No, you... Well, no, they'll... Why did... What are you even going to do? Wallachia. Yeah, I should improve our relation, shouldn't I? Yes, because they are going to be very handy allies. Nice big buffer. I'm digging it. And then, yes, look who gets to loot Kosovo. Oh man, our loot pool is just going to be so huge. Loot magic takes it home. There's no algorithm currently to take it home. The problem is it would be very difficult to express that to the player, and at a certain point, piling on mechanics like that can generate a lot of minutia. Problem is there's no real supply system, so trying to replicate it loot-wise is, I think, just going to confuse people. And we don't really have many tools to do it well. Because what we would have to do is use our distance hacking trick and that bloats the save file, and so we don't want to do that. If Paradox gives us a proper distance calculation tool, theoretically we could do it. If you get stacked wipe, you don't lose all your loot. We were thinking about it. That would be an interesting mechanic, but it would very intensely advantage the player, and the AI would kind of be screwed because they wouldn't understand the concept. Mining, Isdar. Mr. Rendars, it could be possible. Actually, we could do it. It's possible. Now that we have the monthly pulse, well, we wouldn't even need the monthly pulse. Once it's problematic though, because it's a situation where the player can game it just as easily as they can game, having other people siege for them and then being siege leader. So it's kind of, it's like you could see like someone sieging Constantinople, and at the very last minute you pile in your entire army, get half the loot, take no attrition, and then like run away. So it's even more gamey if you switch around siege participation. Okay, come on, I gotta finish this before I go. There's no culture spread stuff really right now per se. I'd love to work on it, but yeah, garrison outnumbered can be a big deal. But what really annoyed me was carpet sieging, Enrique, does Granada create what? Let me catch up here. Because I saw Granada, and if you want to capture my attention... Oh, right, yeah. Well, let's just talk about Granada, because that's all that matters, really. So Granada produces tons of silk, right? Let's save the game. I don't have time for this. I'm going to do it anyway. So, you have Granada. They produce tons of silk, because they have a very robust manufacturing sector. So they have a corporate guild, which produces lots of goods based on urban population. Warehouse magnifies that effect. Roads magnify that effect. And then the center of production also magnifies that effect. And because Granada has a tradition of manufacturing, they have high production skill. And you can see, a significant amount of Granada's income comes from manufacturing. They even have some manufacturing in Malak, but because it isn't a center of production, it hasn't upgraded to a luxury good, right? Jewish, right? And you can see that you get bonuses, right? Plentiful silk, right? So there is a high quantity of silk per capita in Granada. Therefore, I get all of these really nifty bonuses. So when you have a highly developed high-tech society with lots of urban manufacturing, you get all kinds of extra neat little bonuses, which rewards you for playing tall instead of just fat. So, anyway, that's why. Oh, and Florence is another great example of this principle in action. Florence, huge manufacturer of luxury clothes, right? Makes Florence very, very profitable for its. I mean, Florence is like has as much income as me practically, but is like 1/5 the size just because they're so developed. And then you can see luxury clothes, right? Anyway, let's see, what are people saying? I just kind of ranted for a while. No, so Florence was definitely luxury silk, Mount Targon. They were, or not luxury silk, luxury clothes. They were famous for her creating cloth. Sarav, yes and no. Major military campaigns still relied, I think, significantly on supply lines. Especially depending on where you were going. And let's see. So there does need to be a better supply system. Like if you're right near home on a short campaign, you don't have to worry about supply as much. Oh, okay. Thanks. Appreciate it. Alright, the plague cometh. Alright. Okay. So, how sad would it be if we just stopped right now and you guys didn't get to see the plague? Plague started in Lubeck. And it is devastating, which means it's going to jump on a whole bunch of ships and go all over Europe and make a giant mess. So I better end this war as quickly as I can. Do I really care about Kosovo? Well, I should have some time. Let's see what everyone's talking about first. I'm going to skip over some of these questions. I'll be done soon. Yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, I do not have the time to do much more, so I'm gonna peace out, and then I'll come back and stream tonight, and then you can see Plague. Is there any Plague here left yet? So now we can see Plague has not moved from the starting location yet. Sometimes it starts in multiple places at once. Oh, plague measures. Oh, you are correct. I should not wait on that. Oh god, the income hit though. Fortunately, I'll be looting a lot, and anyone who will probably want to attack me will be decimated. So if I restrict trade, I'll offer compensation so that I can hurt my own income. Yeah. Plague measure, discuss closing ports. That's buggy. I'll have to fix that. Try to explain diplomatically. Okay. They reluctantly accept. So this is gonna hurt my trade really badly. I'm not gonna do that. Well, let's see how much doctors cost at least. I mean, I don't know that it's even gonna get to me. I mean, look, am I gonna spend that? I don't even know if it's gonna get to me. So, and the measures I took helped to prevent it from getting to me. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. That might have been a leap of line. Let's see. Oh, here it is. So I shut down ports. If the Ottomans didn't shut down their ports, it'll still jump along the coast like you're seeing here. Oh man, it already hit Thessalonica. Thank you. Oh, great. So they basically didn't shut down their ports, and so it jumped to them and then jumped to Thessalonica. Can we? No, 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 no. I was so big and juicy. No. Please don't come here. Let's see the way of the rest of Europe. Granada got off relatively easy. That's nice to see. Denmark getting wrecked. So it's going to jump to other centers of trade too. It's kind of a delayed reaction. Emperor Adraru, thanks. And you never know when it'll happen. As you get older too, you know, you kind of... Oh yeah, wrap it up. Okay, go, 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 go. Wrapping it up, wrapping it up. Come on, finish this goddamn siege. Oh, I want to finish the siege. Oh my god, really? Okay. It hasn't hit yet. Okay, it's weakening, see? So it's weakening a bit. So hopefully when it gets to Constantinople, it won't be so bad. Shutting down the ports seemed to have really helped. I mean, I can restart streaming in like maybe 3 hours or something. Come on. Okay. Darn. No more manpower. Oh my god. Freaking Kosovo. And good. That wasn't too bad. Moderate plague. Alright, so I slowed it down. That's nice. I got lucky. I mean, Bulgaria, for heck's sake, got hit harder. So that was... We'll weather this pretty good. Maybe put us back 10 years, maybe? Tops? Okay. Separate peace with the no diplomats that I have. Alright, let's see the loot pool. This is what we were all waiting for, right? First off, give me all money. I would like you to be a vassal of mine. Okay, and then I'm going to peace out the Bulgarians, right? After my diplomat comes back. Oh, you're right. I was wondering why I didn't have 100%. Okay, let's get over there real fast. Might as well milk my estates a little bit longer. There's no four here, so. Oh yeah. Okay, we're good. 100%, 100%. Alright, let's grab whatever we can. That's... No, we shouldn't do that, should we? Dang it, I can barely take anything with that coalition. Huh, should I risk the coalition, guys? I don't know why it's hitting me so hard. Oh, right here. Boom. You know what? Sometimes you just gotta live large. Oh, you're right. Yeah, no big deal. You're right. I do want to milk some money out of them, though. Okay. Then annex you, and then I'll annex these guys, and then they've got most of Greece. Okay, and then we'll get to see what our loot pool looks like in just a second. Sue for peace. Dunk dunk. I'm not too concerned about that. That's not too bad. I'll deal with the overextension. Overextension, remember, works differently. Okay. This is still busted for some reason. I'm gonna have to look into this. I'm gonna save this right here. That way I can solve this issue. Bug fix to localization. Probably something simple. I know I've got to wrap it up. I know, I'm sorry. Okay. Can I deal with 10 years of soldiers being mad at me? Everyone's hit by plague. Everyone's suffering. That's a lot of money. And darn. Oh well. And a looming disaster. Hey, nobles. Manpower, please. Okay. Alright, guys, so I'm going to save it. R.I.P. What? What do you mean, well? Let them eat cake. What is... Okay, so before I leave... Manageable. Totally manageable. Oh. Yeah. We'll be okay. Just have to chill out for a little while. Alright, guys. I'll see you later. I'm gonna... I'll come back and stream in about 2.5 hours after the kids go down to bed. So I'll see you then. Just get a proper save here. And I can exit by closing my encoder.